Laura's on the line. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, I was having some issues with my my general bin. I was finding that we wasn't able to keep up with the 2 weekly collection. So I approached my council, but we didn't qualify for a larger bin because there's only 4 people in our household.
Right.
So I was told I could purchase a recycling bin.
So sorry to interrupt you, Laura. When you say you were struggling to keep up with it, you mean you were filling your general bin and it was all overflowing?
Yes, it was. So,
right.
And we couldn't get a larger black bin because there's only 4 people in our house.
Mm-hmm.
So we were told we could get a recycling bin, a larger one than what we already have.
Right. So were you throwing away a lot of stuff that could have been recycled?
No, I don't think we was.
Right.
Yeah, it was just a lot of waste. I don't know, just we couldn't keep up with it. We have it every 2 weeks.
Right. How many people are there in your household?
4 people.
Right. And the general waste recycling bin was overflowing after 2 weeks with just 4 of you?
It was, yeah.
Right. What on earth were you filling it up with? Because I find mine. I moaned and groaned when they switched to fortnightly collection and said that's outrageous. But I have to be honest, when I put my general bin out, it's never even half full. There's hardly anything in it, apart from a few bags of kitchen waste. There's hardly anything in it. So what on earth are you filling yours with?
I don't know. A lot of it stuff was going in there. We was having to go down to the recycling centre to take stuff down as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, well, you obviously get through a lot of stuff every week.
Do.
So you said that you wanted a bigger recycling bin instead?
Well, because we couldn't get the bigger general waste, we were told we could purchase a larger recycling bin.
Mm-hmm.
So we did that. So we currently have a 240 litre, and we then were told we could purchase a 360 litre bin.
And is that like an extra jumbo-sized wheelie bin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
yes.
okay.
So I did that on the 3rd of August and paid for that.
How much was that?
It was £45 and 5p.
Just as a one-off payment, or is that something you have to pay every year extra?
No, it was just a one-off payment for the bin.
Right.
So I was told to leave my old one outside the front of my house, and when the new one was going to arrive, they would exchange it and take the old one away.
Mm-hmm.
So it got to sort towards the end of August, and I hadn't heard anything, so I thought I'd give the council a call. And they chased it up, and they just said there was a bit of a backlog. They didn't have enough in stock as well. But the bin finally arrived on the 7th of September. They took the old one away, but they exchanged it with the same size bin.
Right.
And ever since then, I've been calling to get the correct size bin and having no luck.
So they thought you just wanted a like-for-like replacement?
Yes.
That was a bit of a stupid thing to do, wasn't it, really?
Yes. And I've been calling every sort of few weeks. I called again last Wednesday, and I was told that I will get a supervisor just to give me a call back and just to give me an update. And I still haven't had a reply back.
Right, well, we need to go and have a word with the council and find out why they're making something that, to be honest, should have been very straightforward, switching over the bin to a larger one, why they've made that so complicated. Have they said they have got the larger ones in stock? Because I know
they've given me no explanation.
Oh.
Even if they just come back with me and just explain why there's a hold-up, but I've got nothing.
Well, I can understand why you might need a larger recycling bin, because I'm just amazed at how much stuff I can get in my recycling bin. Yeah. And I have to do normally, at the end of the second week, I have to do what I call my wheelie bin dance, which involves putting wellies on and jumping on top of said recycling to squash it down in order to make room, because literally the bin is so full that I can't get any more. Why are you looking at me in an inquisitive way, Miles?
I'm just wondering, how can you squash down the wine bottles?
Well, the wine bottles are difficult to squash down, but there's plenty of cardboard, paper, plastic that can be squashed down. Because my wheelie bin... Is your wheelie bin one where you can just put everything in, Mandy? Oh, sorry, Laura. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mandy's coming up next.
No, we can't put glass in it. No, it's only
you can't?
cardboard,
Oh, okay.
newspapers.
Right. Okay. Well, look, we need to go and have a little word. I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, Laura. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Hang on there, please. Now, the reason I was looking at Mandy's name is because I need to talk to Mandy next. She came to me. She was telling me on the 21st of June, her son got married. Now, she wore a peachy pink dress, to be precise. It was a jacket with a hatinator. Apparently that's a cross between a hat and a fascinator. Very snazzy. Well, this dress included a Diamante belt, which was stuck on. On the 29th of June, Mandy took her outfit to the dry cleaners to be cleaned because she did say that at the wedding she accidentally sat in something and there were a few stains on it. When she went to collect the outfit, she was very unhappy because she said not only were the stains still there, but the Diamante belt was now hanging off. Well, initially, the member of staff told Mandy that they'd had to remove the belt in order to clean it properly, but Mandy didn't understand why she wasn't told that, because if she'd been told that they were going to have to remove a part of the outfit at the beginning, she may not have decided to go ahead with that particular dry cleaning company. Well, Mandy complained, and the dry cleaner agreed to take it back, to repair it and to clean it. But weeks later, they then got back in touch with Mandy to say that actually they didn't feel they were responsible for any of the problems.
They were going to re-clean it and stitch it. 4 weeks I hadn't heard from them, and I had phoned a couple of times, but the manager never comes back to me. After 4 weeks, she did send me an email saying that the tailoress was busy with weddings and wedding dresses and it hadn't been done. Fine, I can understand that, but they could have let me know. 6 weeks it went, so it was nearly 6 weeks, and I received another email from her to say that they wasn't going to repair it. All she keeps saying to me is, it's down to where I bought the dress from. I need to take the dress back to where I bought it from. They're the ones that need to repair it. They're the ones that need to refund me for it if I want money back for my outfit, because it's all to do with the label.
Well, Mandy's not at all happy. She's now got an outfit that is pretty much ruined unless somebody can repair it. And the dry cleaners just will not take responsibility. Well, we've been off to have a word with them. What's the latest? Let's find out, because Mandy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Mandy.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, Miles has been off to speak to this dry cleaner. What have they had to say for themselves, Miles?
So they've come back and tried to explain the situation from their side of the story to us. They've said that when the dress was taken in to be dry cleaned, it was noted that there was stitching at the start and the finish of the belt. So at each end of where the belt lies across the front of the dress, there was stitching. The dress was clean and the belt did come loose. Now, this is where they're saying that they presume the stitching had come away at this point and offered to have the belt sewn back on, which Mandy has said that they did offer it in the first place.
So they're not saying to us that they took the belt off before cleaning it?
They're not saying that at this point.
Okay.
Now they've said on further inspection, the belt was glued on in between where it was stitched at each end, and the customer said it was loose when she brought it in, and they stitched the loose bit. That's what this is what they've said to me. Now, they've gone on to say that glue will dissolve in dry cleaning, so the dress has been labelled incorrectly. They have sent a photo of the dress's label, which is in Spanish, but apparently the P symbol on the dry clean means that it's able to be dry cleaned, which apparently is incorrect. So they've said they've advised Mandy to return the dress to the place of purchase to be assessed by the manufacturer, but apparently Mandy's insisting that it is the dry cleaner's fault. Now, they've said they've not been negligent, that this would have happened with any dry cleaners because they followed the instructions on the label inside the dress.
Right, okay. So a different version of events. They're not saying to us, Mandy, they removed the belt at all. They're saying the belt came off during the cleaning process. Well, can you just go back to the bit where you were telling me that they'd said to you they'd removed the belt? Are you sure that there wasn't a breakdown in communication and they weren't trying to say that it had come off during the cleaning?
No. When they laid the dress on the counter, because they didn't even tell me the belt had come off, and I paid for the items. I went to pick up the dress, and they said to me, I said to them, what's happened to my belt? And the lady turned around to me, and she said to me, we had to remove the belt before we could put it in the machine. It's only since I had to fill a complaint form in, and it's only since I did that the manager told me it happened in the machine. Now, she's on about the bit where it's stitched on. My belt wasn't loose when I took it into the dry cleaners. When I purchased the outfit, a part of the belt had come off at the back. So the lady in the shop said to me and my friend, go and have a coffee, I'll stitch that bit back on for you. Mm-hmm. And it's only come loose at the back. I presume it's where it's been tried on from different people. But the belt was in perfect order when I left the shop where I purchased it from.
Right.
There was nothing wrong with the belt whatsoever. When I've said, the manager of the dry cleaners knows that, because that's what I've told her, and I told her if the belt had come off in the machine, then the bow wouldn't be unpicked. And she keeps telling me that's irrelevant. She told me that was irrelevant. But it isn't. That just proves that the belt has been taken off.
Now,
yes, the belt was stuck on.
I gather. Hang on a second, Mandy. So I gather that the shop, the lady in the dry cleaners, has said that as far as she's concerned, it is down to the wrong label being put in that dress, and it should not have been listed as being a dress that you could dry clean. And am I right in saying, Miles, that she's suggested that she's happy to speak and liaise with the retailer of the dress to try and resolve this?
Yeah, so they've said that they have offered this to Mandy, that they've said that they'd be happy to talk to the retailer, to talk them through why apparently this has happened whilst they were dry cleaning it, and to say that it is down to the label.
Is that something they have offered to do, Mandy?
Yes, they did say to me, the lady said she would speak to the retailer, from where I bought the dress. But I've always said no, because I don't feel I can go back to the shop where I purchased the dress from when they removed the dress. I mean, when they removed the belt, because the lady did tell me they removed the belt. You know, I'm in a middle here. Someone's saying they removed it, and now the manager's saying it came off in the machine.
But what harm would it do for the dry cleaner to go and have a conversation with the retailer?
Because I just felt that they were passing the buck. I felt they weren't taking responsibility for what they had done. And I just didn't think it was fair to go back to the retailer and say that when they removed the belt. You know, it's different if it did come off in the machine, but I was initially told they had to remove the belt.
But maybe they made a mistake when they told you that. You know,
why is all the bow unpicked then? Because that wouldn't have come undone in the machine.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, because the shop, the dry cleaning shop, has said to us that they are happy to go and speak to the retailer and to discuss the matter with the retailer with a view to trying to resolve this. But you keep saying, no, you won't let that happen.
Yes, because like I just said, I didn't think it was the fault of the shop. You know, when the dry cleaner told me they removed it.
But then won't the retailer,
to the shop?
But ultimately, won't the retailer, if they then look at that dress, won't they then, if you're right, won't they say to the dry cleaning company, well, why are you blaming us for this? Because you've clearly taken this belt off. And they will then argue with the dry cleaner, won't they?
I presume so, yeah.
I mean, I completely get the principle behind what you're saying, Mandy, in terms of you just don't want the wrong person to be blamed for this.
No,
I get that. And I completely understand that in your mind, you are absolutely sure this dry cleaning shop, they ruined your outfit. Yes. And they should be the ones to sort it out. You don't want them passing the buck. I completely get that. But I think the slight problem that we have is that the dry cleaners disagree with the version of events you've told us. They say that they did not tell you they had removed the belt. They said they took a dress in that has on it a label that says you can dry clean it. They dry cleaned it, and as a result of dry cleaning it, the belt's come off and the dress is kind of now in need of repair. But they're saying that's not their fault as a dry cleaner. They're saying whoever sold you the dress with a label that suggests it's dry cleanable when in fact it's not, they're the ones to blame. Now you are stuck in the middle because, I mean, you're the innocent party in all of this. You in good faith bought a dress. You in good faith took that dress along to a dry cleaning company, and through no fault of your own, you're now left without that dress.
I know.
So I do wonder whether actually letting the dry cleaning company go and speak to the retailer now at this point is probably the most sensible way of advancing this. Because look, I mean, the retailer, they're either going to accept what the dry cleaners says, or they're going to completely dispute it.
Okay.
But why don't we give them the opportunity?
Okay. I just feel bad because, you know, it's my word against what the dry cleaner's saying now.
No,
they have changed their story. You know, I know what the assistant said to me. It's only when I filled the complaint form in that the manager said it happened in the machine.
Yes.
So, you know, I've got the two conflicting stories.
Yeah.
So,
But if, for example, the manager said to you, I don't know why my colleague told you that because we didn't take it off. You know, my colleague was wrong. You know, then there is the potential that may be a perfectly justifiable explanation. It may well be the person who first dealt with you in the shop said they'd taken the belt off when in fact they hadn't. So I think the best way of proceeding now is to let the dry cleaners talk to the retailer. If they feel that they have valid grounds to take it up with the retailer, let them do that. And the retailer will either agree with them or say you're talking nonsense, and then we take it from there. But okay. I think while they are prepared to speak to the retailer, I just don't want them in any way to be able to suggest, and I'm not saying they have said it in these terms yet, but there's certainly a suggestion that they're trying to help you and you are stopping them helping you.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean? And I don't want you to be used as any kind of obstacle in all of this.
Okay.
The retailer, and I don't want any details, do you know the retailer?
Oh, no, I've only went in that specific shop when I got my outfit.
Right.
No, I don't.
Right,
I don't
okay.
know them, no.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's going to cause any harm to let the dry cleaner go and have a conversation with them.
Okay,
and we take it from there.
Okay, then.
You know, as I say, they're either going to say, yeah, you're right, or no, we completely dispute that. But at that point, what will then be necessary will be a completely independent person to look at this outfit.
Okay.
Okay? You don't sound very happy, Mandy. I'm sensing there's a change to the tone in your voice that has not passed me by.
No, it's fine. I just feel bad, really, for the retailer. But like you say, I'll let the dry cleaner speak to them, and I'll go from there.
Yeah,
I've got nothing to lose.
No, and to be honest with you, I'm sure the retailer is perfectly capable of standing up for themselves.
I think she will. Yes.
So you do know the woman that runs the shop?
No, I don't know her personally, but I know her from when I went in there.
Right.
Got a vibe.
Are you concerned then that she's going to be annoyed and kind of take it out on you and think that you're a troublemaker?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think she would do that. I don't know her. I've only had the dealing with her when I went in the shop.
Okay.
I don't know her as a person.
Right.
No.
Well, I shouldn't worry about it because, you know, if for example, if you went into that shop again and she said to you, "Oh, what on earth are you doing blaming me for this outfit?" You at that point would be perfectly capable of saying, "I didn't blame you. I took that outfit in good faith into the dry cleaners. When I went to collect it, the belt had all come off it. They were insistent that it was down to the incorrect labelling in that outfit, and they insisted they wanted to talk to you. You know, it's perfectly okay. I don't think you have anything to feel awkward about."
No.
Let's give them the opportunity to do that. Miles, can we just go back to the dry cleaner and say, yeah, that's fine, go and have a word with the retailer, and we will obviously stay across this to find out what they have to say, and if necessary, we'll talk to the retailer as well.
Absolutely.
But can we also say, and make it clear to that dry cleaner, Mandy's happy to do that. However, she still doesn't feel the retailer's to blame.
Yeah, see what they say.
Yeah, okay. Kay came to me. She was saying that back in June of 2017, she was refurbishing her property and decided to buy a new sofa system, costing £2,500. This was quite a posh system. Wasn't just your regular sofa. Well, at the time of purchasing it, she was offered an insurance policy that she took out at the same time. That would cover the sofa for 5 years. She decided to go ahead with it. Within the first year, the sofa developed a fault. So Kay contacted the insurance company. Initially, they said they'd help, but to this day, they still haven't fixed it.
One of the recliner chairs was unable to open up properly without the actual framing of the chair falling out. So when we had a little look underneath the actual chair itself, we noticed that there was a rip in the fabric, which is why there was an indent in the chair. Because of that, we tried to get in touch with our insurance side of the contract, and they did mention to us that they will be getting a staff member to get in touch with us and then hopefully chase things up with sorting that all out. Unfortunately, no callback was arranged. So we tried again to get in touch with them, and on about the fourth occasion of us getting in touch with them, that's when we were made aware that actually the insurance company that was taking care of the product and the insurances were now bankrupt.
Well, we're not quite sure what's gone on here in terms of that insurance company. And to be honest with you, as regular listeners to the programme will know, this is something the retailer should have taken responsibility for from the outset anyway. When you purchase something, in this case, a sofa, then you are entitled to expect that the sofa will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. And if something breaks on the sofa in an unreasonable amount of time, when it's being used in a perfectly normal way, then it's the retailer that needs to take responsibility for it. The slight problem now is that the retailer that Kay purchased this sofa from has gone. They have vanished. They are, or were, Harveys. And of course, Harveys are now no longer around. So, unfortunately, it's now too late to go and have a word with the retailer. If the insurance company that was part of Harveys, if they also have vanished, then does that leave Kay completely helpless? No. And there's a reason why the answer to that is no. Thankfully, Kay purchased this sofa on a finance arrangement. And as regular listeners to the programme will know, particularly when it comes to paying for things, for example, on a credit card, you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act of 1975. That same legislation applies to finance agreements as well. So what that means is that if the retailer, and in this case also the insurance company that was providing the extra extended warranty on this furniture, if they've both disappeared, if they are no longer around to be able to resolve the matter, it means the finance company has a legal responsibility to pick up the slack and to deal with it on Kay's behalf. And that's exactly what we have been trying to facilitate. Kay's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kay.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Hello, Kay. Yes, I'm well, thank you. So thank goodness you did purchase this sofa on finance. And again, it just gives me an opportunity yet again just to bang on about how important it is. Always buy anything that costs over £100. Where possible, buy it on a credit card.
Yeah.
If you buy it on a credit card, then as you have just realised yourself, albeit you didn't buy it on a credit card but through a finance company instead, that Consumer Credit Act really does step in and help. However, we needed to get the ball rolling, and that's where I sent Miles off to go and have a word with them. And to be fair, Miles, they did make all of the right noises in terms of saying, yeah, OK, that's something that we could look into 4K and try and help her out with.
Yeah, so immediately they came back when we first contacted them and offered 3 different companies that they could use for an independent report to be done so that they could just double check that it was in fact a fault with the sofa and it hadn't been broken by Kay and the family. They did the report, it came back that it was a manufacturing issue, that the sofa hadn't been damaged by the consumer, so they were going to arrange for it to be repaired. Then Kay came back to us and said that been struggling to get in touch with them after that original point of contact.
They went a bit quiet.
A little bit quiet. So we contacted the finance company again, and you thought it would be a good idea for us to put them in contact and give Kay a direct person to be able to communicate with. So when I put that to them, they gave me an email address of a member of staff, and Kay has hopefully been communicating now with this member of staff to get this sofa repaired.
Sometimes companies need a bit of a chivvy along, and we're more than happy where necessary. When a company needs to pull their finger out and do something more than they've done, we're more than happy to put that call in. Hopefully it's worked. What's happened from your perspective, Kay?
So, as Miles said, they went a little bit quiet. Thank you so much, Miles, for giving them my email address, because that's made things a little bit more easier than it has been so far. So the email address that I received was a completely different person who had mentioned that another colleague of hers would be calling me and hopefully arranging the repair of the product. That colleague of hers, I'm not exactly too sure what exactly happened, but every single time that they did try to ring, I was always on my phone, so I would pick up on the first ring, but they would cut off. So I got in touch with the original person of the email address, and I decided to kind of turn around and be like, I would prefer that I completely do the entire consumer problem with you directly rather than any one of your other colleagues. We had a conversation 2 days ago, agreed on a few details. Another company has been involved in repairing the product, so they will be getting in touch with me to kind of confirm a date that they can come inside and actually repair it in my own home rather than me having it delivered to them.
Great.
Yeah.
And do we know when that's going to happen?
No, I am yet to receive a call back from the separate company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think what is probably a good idea, and it sounds as if they are communicating with you and that things are kind of nicely trotting along, but I wonder whether it might be a good idea just to give them a little nudge yet again and just say, look, we have spoken to Kay, gather things haven't been sorted out yet, but hopefully are on the road to being sorted out. Can they give us any idea when they envisage this repairer will be going out to Kay's property to get it fixed?
Yeah, we can get onto that straight away.
I think that would be useful. And again, I just need to reiterate, if you had paid for this furniture, Kay, on your debit card, then forget it. You'd have no help at all now. If you'd paid for this furniture by cheque, forget it. You'd have no help whatsoever. If you paid for this furniture with cash or bank transfer, forget it. You'd have no help whatsoever.
Yeah.
The only reason you are getting this help is because of the Consumer Credit Act. And that's why
honestly,
if people just take one thing from today's programme, and that is, and I'm not in any way suggesting people get into debt, but if you can pay for something on a credit card, pay the bill off the very same day, but it gives you this level of protection if things go wrong at a later date. So, you know, and I hope that you will always do that as well in the future. I know you paid for this on finance, but I presume you're going to buy other things on a credit card?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a frequent caller of your show for many years now. That's why it was one of the contributing factors as to why I decided to pay it on finance, because you've already taught me that side of things.
Good, okay.
So, yeah, I keep your philosophies in mind every time I'm making big-time purchases like that anyway.
I should just also point out, this, even if you pay £5 on a credit card, as long as the total amount of whatever it is you're buying is over £100, even if you've put down £5 on the credit card, it still covers you for the full cost of the product on your credit card. So it really is. It's very helpful consumer legislation that can be the difference between you getting help and not if the retailer, in this case, goes out of business by the time you start having problems with it. So it really is useful. Kay, we'll just give them another little nudge. Can you please keep us posted and let us know as soon as you hear more positive news, and we'll take it from there?
Of course, yeah.
Lovely. OK, thank you very much indeed. Sandra came to me. She was telling me that in January of 2020, she had a fall and ended up going into hospital. Well, they found that she'd got several bleeds on the brain. Obviously very concerning. Thankfully, she had an operation. They were brilliant. They sorted it all out. She was in hospital for about a week, and she was absolutely fine after she had the operation, thank goodness. In April, she started driving again. But by Christmas of last year, her driving licence, because she's over the age of 70, was up for its self-renewal, its self-certification renewal. So when she filled the form in January, it asked the question whether she had anything to declare, such as brain surgery. So she indeed had to tick the box that said, yes, she had brain surgery. Well, she sent all of the information off. And she didn't hear anything from the relevant department as to what was happening with her renewed licence.
I didn't hear anything, so I phoned up and they said that they had to send it to the medical team. Then I had a letter in April to say that they couldn't get in touch with the doctor in London. From then on, I was on the phone every couple of weeks. I finally got in touch with an advisory people from the hospital that a friend put me in touch with. They sent a reminder to the department. The DVLA sent a reminder to the department, and I sent a recorded letter to the department. And a week later, I got a phone call from the doctor, went over everything, and he said, I can't see why you can't drive. You said, you're fit enough. You said, you know, your speech is fine and everything else.
Well, Sandra was just getting so frustrated because she said that she is allowed to drive on a temporary basis at the moment. However, that's about to come to an end, and she was very concerned that unless she receives her new licence, she's then going to have to stop driving. Well, I promised her I would contact the DVLA and try and get this all sorted out. Sandra's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sandra.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, I sent over a copy of the letter from the consultant. That letter seemed to make it very clear that as far as he was concerned, he considered you to have made a full recovery from the surgery. He didn't think you were going to have any further problems. And I would have thought, I'm not a medical professional myself, but certainly if I had been working for the DVLA and had looked at that letter, I would certainly be confident in using that letter as the evidence necessary to show that you did not have an ongoing problem that was likely to mean you could be a danger on the roads.
Right.
So I made the argument to the DVLA that you were obviously growing very anxious that they hadn't been in touch and hadn't provided you with your new licence. I gather you heard from them shortly afterwards.
Yes, I did. You are a miracle worker. You really are. I had a phone call the next day, and they said that the licence was being processed and it would take 10 to 14 days before I received it. I received a letter on Saturday saying exactly the same thing. Over 10 to 14 days. The next envelope I opened was my licence.
Oh, you've got it.
Yes, I've got it. You're miracle workers. You really are.
Well, I'm delighted with that.
All of you.
Well, listen, I'm delighted. Any explanation from the DVLA as to why you hadn't heard anything until that point?
No, nothing at all. No.
No.
And the woman I spoke to on the phone seemed a little bit short with me. I'd been told to phone you.
We've had that bloke from the BBC on again. Can
well,
you
I
please?
did wonder, because you had another one just before me, didn't you?
Yes, and what's rather interesting is the DVLA have not contacted me to explain what has gone on regarding this particular matter. Now, I'm not going to be precious about it because the sole purpose of my contact to them is to try and get things sorted for you.
Yes, obviously.
But I am intrigued as to why, you hadn't heard anything until I went and rattled the cage, so to speak.
Yes,
So your licence is there, and is that's now valid for 3 years, is it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay.
From the 21st of this month.
Good. Okay. So that's all job done, all sorted out for you.
Yes, it is. Thank you ever so much for your help.
Well, it's a
really
pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Look, if you do
listening to you every morning, it really is.
Well, I'm pleased you do listen, because otherwise you might still be waiting now. So
Yes.
I'm going to thank
It's recorded, so.
Oh, there you go. Well, I'm going to thank the DVLA very much indeed for getting things sorted. I will give them my horn. Sandra, if you have any other problems, you know where we are.
Yes, thank you so much.
Andy has a consumer problem. He's on the line. Hello, Andy.
Hi, good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. Right, I gather you have an interesting one regarding electric car charging point. This is going to be very intriguing for me. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, basically, it's just been a nightmare. So in August, I did a survey to have a charger fitted. and sent off the various photos to the company that were to install the charger. The engineer then turned up and then told me that the survey, with regards to the pictures, he was unable to install the charger because there were some groundworks that needed doing. So he and I, we booked a slot for the ground workers that came in. And
why just out of interest, why was that? Why did you need groundworks doing?
Oh, right, basically because my garage and my driveway is at the rear of my garden and not at the side of the house.
Okay.
So for them to install the cable and charger, I needed part of the garden dug up and part of the concrete path.
Is this because you wanted the charger in the garage?
Yeah, basically, yeah, because my car is on the driveway to the garage.
Yeah.
And the cable's got to come from the fuse box, which is at the front of the house.
Yes. But could they not, I mean, I know it doesn't look very attractive, but could they not run the cable around the house on the outside?
Well, they could do, Jonathan, but because on the outside, then it's on the public footpath.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
so they'd have to. So hang on a second. So just so I understand, so they would have to run the cable from the fuse box, along the front of your property, which is along a public footpath.
No. What they have to run from my fuse box, through my lounge that had just been decorated, through the concrete path of my back garden, which is in my garden, and then across my garden, and then to my back wall, which then backs onto the drive.
But you haven't explained in that process why that would involve going onto a public footpath.
No, it's not. No, there's no public footpath. The concrete path is at the rear of my house. Yeah. So it's not public.
But why? But what I don't understand, because I completely get the fact that they run the cable from wherever your main electricity comes into the property. They run it from there to wherever you then want the charger. Why could it not be done with a cable being attached on the outside of your house? Why did you need to have groundworks done?
Because it wouldn't fall within the regulations for the charging. The cable has got to be within inside my property and not external.
I see. All right. So they advised you that where you wanted it was not going to be possible, and therefore you needed to have all this extra work doing.
Exactly. And for that, I paid a fee of $1,170.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it was one of those things that had to be done, and then that was fine.
Why did it need to be in the garage, though? I mean, couldn't you have put it somewhere else so you could still? Was there nowhere in the driveway that you could put it?
No, because you've got to run directly from the fuse box across my back garden to the garage, which is at the bottom of my garden.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Well, it all sounds like a much bigger job, very expensive job. What's gone wrong?
Well, what went wrong was that when the engineer, so I had the groundworks completed, that they put in the ducting pipe, and then I needed another visit from an engineer to thread the cable from my fuse box through the ducting that the groundworkers had done. And when they came to do that, the engineer struggled to get the cable through the ducting because it was sunk so far in the concrete. What happened was when he came, and it was a miserable day, it'd been raining, so he had to rip up part of the concrete to put the cable through the ducting. Mm-hmm. But he said to me, "Look, Andy, it's not a problem." He said, "I've just been on the phone to my boss," which I did hear him saying that because of the way the ground workers had laid the ducts in, that a further revisit from the ground workers to replace the damage that the engineer had done to complete the job. Mm-hmm. So he phoned his boss and said that that's fine. And then he went off. I took some pictures, and then I contacted the company again for a follow-up, for a revisit, and I didn't get anything for about 4 or 5 weeks. And then when they eventually replied to my email, they turned around and said, well, yeah, we can come back and redo the works for you, but there'll be an extra fee of £75 on top.
What?
For a call-out fee.
Well, it's ridiculous. But did you explain that it was because whoever they'd chosen to do the groundworks had not done it properly in the first place, that this was now necessary?
Oh, yes. She was completely aware of that.
Why did they think it was fair to charge you £75 then?
Well, I haven't got the answer to that. That's what they're telling me, is a call as a basic fee to come and fix the damage that the engineer had done. Well,
that's not acceptable, so they need to absorb that cost. Where are we now with this?
Right, what I did was I put him on a 7-day notice saying that if I didn't get a proper response, I would take further action. I didn't say what I was going to do because I wasn't quite sure what to do, to be honest, Jonathan. But all they did was they came back and said it's been escalated. But this has been going on originally since May, so I think.
So how does so what have they actually done then? Have you got the charger installed and working yet?
Yeah, the charger is installed. It's all working perfectly well. Yeah. It's all ready to go. Mm-hmm. It's just that I've got this damage that's been done to the path in my garden that they said that they will come back and rectify.
Right. And they're saying they're in effect saying we're not coming back until you agree to pay us £75.
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
On top of the fee of 1,170.
Well, it's not acceptable, and I need to go and have a word with them, and I need to find out why they are trying to ask you to pay for something when, in fact, it would appear, have already been mucked around by them. This is very annoying. I don't quite understand how it ever got to the point where the engineer came out and then established that in fact ground workers were needed, because certainly when I had my charger put in for my car, you had to go into very minute detail as to exactly where the fuse box was, where the electricity comes into your house, how far away from the fuse box the charger was going to be put, where it was going to be put, whether it would involve going across any pathways. You needed to put all of that in. So I can't understand why they hadn't already twigged that your charger installation was going to be much more complicated.
Yeah, well, you're correct, because what I did was they did ask me to do a survey to that effect. So I did provide all the information with regards to photographs, the distance, and how it would, and did explain that at the back of my garden was the garage and the driveway and not on the side. Well,
it's very annoying. Have you got the car to go with the charger?
No, unfortunately, with the chip shortage, that I don't think it's even been made yet. So I'm probably going to end up with going back to the horse and cart by the time I get this sorted.
Dear, oh dear. Well, if you want, I'll bring my car round, Andy. We'll just test your charger out if you want. I can have a free charge on your electricity. No, look, in all seriousness, I need to go and have a word with this company and find out why they've left you in this position. It's ridiculous. Switching to an electric car, it should be an exciting, positive thing to do. And it sounds as if you've already, been left with a bit of a bad taste in your mouth, which is most unfortunate. Let me go and have a word with the company on your behalf and try and sort this out for you. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll go and have a word, okay? Now, Jen bought a television on the 24th of November, 2018. It's 49 inches and it cost her £449. She said it worked very well for about 2 years and 10 months. And then it went wrong.
My son said, "Why is the TV so dark?" Because normally I have the TV on like dynamic setting, on like the brightest setting. And he said, "It looks really dark. Have you done something to it?" And I was like, "No, but I see what you mean. It is quite dark." So I changed channels and realised that it wasn't, because some channels, sometimes you're watching a programme and that programme is naturally dark. So I changed channels and there was this kind of dark line down the centre of the television. And it was like not a clear defined line, but like a shadow. So I changed the other channels and I changed source and did all of that. And it was still there.
Well, Jen says that the branch of the store that she'd purchased it from, they had gone. The company's still around, but that particular branch had closed. So she was trying to get hold of the company, but she said she just could not communicate with them. Eventually, she was left with no alternative but to contact them via social media. When she contacted them on social media, she said they did then respond, but started to suggest that Jen would have to have someone independent to have a look at the TV to find out what was wrong with it before they were prepared to do anything further. Well, I promised Jen I would contact the company on her behalf. Let's find out what the latest is, because she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jen.
Hiya.
Hello, Jen. Now, the company, as you are aware, is Argos. Yeah. And Argos have come back with this response. They say, we are in touch with Jen and we have arranged for an e-voucher so she can choose a replacement. They say, for background information, because the product was purchased 3 years ago, we would usually suggest the customer contacts the manufacturer to receive a replacement model or to arrange for an engineer to fix the item. On this occasion, we have arranged a credit for the replacement. Well, I mean, Argos, I can't quite work out why you would usually suggest that the customer contacts the manufacturer, because, Argos, you should be well aware of the fact that the customer doesn't have a contract with the manufacturer. The customer's contract is with Argos. However, we will move on from that because it sounds, Jen, as if they have sorted the problem out for you. What have they said to you?
Well, I had a call the same evening as I came onto the show from an executive office. Mm-hmm. I had a voicemail to call them back, and I managed to get through, funnily enough, straight away. The lady I spoke to, she said that they were going to give me, she asked me about the television and what the issues were with it. I said that I had Googled and found lots of other people had the same issue. I could then kind of hear her tapping away, and she said, say no more. She said, the first thing I've done is Google it as well, and it does appear that there are similar issues with that model. And she said, usually we wouldn't do this because you've had some use out of the television, so we would do like a fair usage deduction or something like that.
Yes.
She said that on this occasion we are going to issue an e-voucher. And I was a bit like, I really, if I'm honest, I was a bit dubious about buying a television from Argos to begin with, just simply because their customer service isn't fantastic.
Well, hang on a second. I mean, I fully accept that you've had a bad experience in terms of trying to contact them. In terms of Argos customer service, I have to be fair to Argos. Whenever we have complaints about Argos that come into the programme, they're always very keen to resolve them. So, I want to be fair to them.
I mean, originally, I wouldn't ordinarily buy a television from somewhere like Argos. I would normally go to.
Okay. Well, that's your prerogative. I mean, you did buy it from Argos, so for them to offer you an e-voucher I presume that was for the full cost of the television?
Minus the discount that I'd got on it, yes. So, yes, it was.
Okay. Well, that is...
I was very happy with.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, that is a generous offer.
Yeah,
because
I was really happy with that.
Because the company Argos would have been perfectly within their rights to discount an amount of money for the use that you'd had from the television.
Yeah,
now,
she said that, yeah.
That is what the law states. If a company starts coming up with a financial agreement with a customer because it's been deemed that a product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, it's completely normal and reasonable for that retailer to say, OK, well, look, we would have worked out that the TV should have lasted 5 years. Mm-hmm. You've had about 3 years use, so we're going to discount the 3 years use that you have had, and we'll give you a refund for what we consider to be the remainder of life that you have not yet had from that TV. The fact they haven't done that,
they're very generous of them.
Yeah. So I mean, let's thank them for the fact that they are giving you the full £449 to go and buy another TV. Have you now done that? Have you purchased it?
I purchased. I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I purchased it against the value of another one, yeah.
Right. And are you happy? Because you don't sound very happy with it.
I am happy. No, I am happy. Sorry. I am happy. I would have, I suppose, in some respects, I would have rather have not bought another one from Argos, but I appreciate completely that they
they didn't have to do that, and they could, like you said, they could have deducted the amount. So yeah, I'm more than happy. And actually, the model that I was going to buy somewhere else, I bought that same. I bought a different brand, but I bought the same model because I was really disappointed with the manufacturer. I went to the manufacturer while I was trying to get through to Argos. I know a lot of people said, well, you should have gone to the retailer first, but I was trying to get through, so I kind of did it the wrong way round, but I was trying to get through to both. But yeah, over the manufacturer, they were brilliant. Argos, she was really good.
Well, if just so you understand, you got £449 to buy a TV with. If they had offered you a cash alternative and they had discounted the use, then my rough kind of back of a fag packet working out here is that in fact they probably would have offered you somewhere around 170, 180 quid.
That's what I worked out at.
Yeah.
They gave me £404 in a voucher.
Okay, and that was the original. That was the
brilliant.
original amount you paid. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to thank Argos very much indeed for doing that, for sorting it all out. If you have any other problems, then you know where I am. But Jen, hopefully the next one will last considerably longer.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Indeed I will. Right, I moved into a new build estate comprising of roughly 112 houses and 19 apartments in April 2019. Part of us buying the house on this estate, the whole estate is basically not been adopted by the council, so it's all sort of run under a maintenance contract, which we had to pay into.
Right. This is a freehold property or is it leasehold?
No, it's well, we own the property, so
okay. Including the ground it sits on.
Indeed, yeah. We only pay the maintenance company for the upkeep of the communal areas, i.e., the roads, the lighting. There's a couple of parks on the estate, so we have to pay into this maintenance company for the upkeep of these items only.
And how long is that going to be for? Is that are there steps being taken to try and get the council to adopt all of those areas or not?
No, as far as I'm aware, it will always be under the ownership of the tenants or the people who live on the estate.
Right. Okay.
So basically, when I moved in, the developers were still here. They still had half of the estate to sell. So they was keeping up with it, doing all the communal areas looking nice and neat, all the grass was cut. I pretty much live at the bottom of the estate where there's a balancing pond. Lovely view, or it was a lovely view out of all of our windows. All the kids used to come down, play football on the green. Then sort of COVID hit and things sort of went by and the maintenance wasn't getting done by the developer. But then I sort of thought to myself, well, hold on a minute. My contract's with the maintenance company that I'm paying this yearly fee to, and it's gone on and on and on, basically.
How much do you pay per year in maintenance fees?
Right, I personally pay £331 a year.
Okay. Right.
So there's 112 houses on the estate and there's 19 apartments. Now, I couldn't speak for what they actually pay, but I think the apartments probably pay more because there's obviously upkeep of the communal hallways and things like that.
Right. And what is it? Is it run by a management company?
It is run by a management company that was put in place by the developers of the estate, of the new build estate.
Right. Okay. And you're just finding that the level of maintenance has gone down?
There's none. There's Jonathan, there's none. Basically, when the developers were here and they were still trying to sell properties, they was keeping up with it. And I was in contact with them at first. I was talking to the site agent on site. I was talking to the lads, and I'd make a complaint, and they would come down and do the communal area down the bottom half of the estate. It's on a bit of a hill, so that there's a balancing pond at the bottom, obviously, which catches all the water, and then there's a stream that it sort of filters out onto. And we complained a few times, a few residents have complained, and they said, no, at the end of when all the houses of the estate's built, we'll landscape this pond and communal areas, and it'll be a lovely place to go and sit and things like that. Well, it's just an overgrown mess of weeds, dead trees. There's a park there for the kids. It's just overgrown. The bins are not being emptied. There's just I can't see any maintenance whatsoever on the estate.
Right.
On my half, up the top half where there's another park and there's a couple of lawn areas, that is tended to by the maintenance company or the management company.
Mm-hmm.
So I spoke to them. I spoke to the management company. Well, I tried ringing them. They say, well, someone will call you back, someone will call you back. Never got no reply. Managed to get through on Thursday and actually stated that I could be speaking to you if I don't get a response back.
Yeah.
Miraculously, I did get a phone call back. I spoke to the guy. I said, look, I'm paying you this monthly fee, to you. My contract's with you. Why is there no maintenance being done on our side of the estate at the bottom half? His response was, the builder has left it in such a state, or the developer's left it in such a state, they won't take over ownership. So I said, well, that's fair enough. I said, well, where do we stand here? He said that their landscaper that does their work for them has given the developer a price for them to come and do it. And as it stands as of Thursday, they've refused to pay it, or the payment's not been made, and we're at a bit of a stalemate, basically.
So ultimately, the management company are blaming the developer.
Yeah.
And have you spoken to the developer at all?
Well, you can't get hold of them now because they've left site. They've got I think they've got one property to sell, which was the ex-show house, and they've got maybe one or two apartments. But everyone's left site. There's, you ring up and you sort of put a complaint in about the pond and the communal areas, and you say you're told someone will give you a call back, and you just don't get nothing.
Right. Okay. So you have tried to contact them, but they just don't respond.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got an issue going on with the snagging issues in my house as well, with another separate issue, but that's gone to NHBC now.
Right.
For them to resolve. So these are the sort of developers we're talking about.
Is this your first new build property?
It is, to be fair, Jonathan, yeah, but I am actually in the building game myself, so I do know what new builds are about.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So you're a builder and you bought a new build property?
For my sins, I did, yes.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I presume that's because you were content with the way they were building the house. I mean, I presume you had a look at the way they were doing it.
I brought this off plan because of the location, where it's sitting, the views I've got out of every single window are amazing. It's a lovely place. It's a nice house. It's our dream house, basically, Jonathan. Do you know what I mean? At the time, we thought we was doing the right thing. Being a builder, I realised that there could be some issues, but I thought, right, okay, well I can deal with them if I need to. But obviously, I didn't want to start doing things in my snagging period, so I've got NHBC involved, and they took it up on my behalf.
Okay. Right. Well, it certainly sounds as if the maintenance requirements are not being honoured, and we need to make sure that happens because it's simply unacceptable. And this is just going to get worse and worse, isn't it? If nobody steps in now, it's just going to get more and more difficult to get back under control.
This is my problem, Jonathan. Do you know what I mean? They've already changed all the trees. The trees were planted and they all died because no one was tending to them. The developers had their contractors come back and replace all of the trees, and there's probably, I'd say 12 or 13 like young trees, like maybe 10 foot high, but they've all died again, or probably 80% of them have all died again. The communal areas, the children can't come and play on there. They was lawn, but because no one's cut the lawns, they've just turned to...
And is everyone else as angry as you? I mean, is everyone making a fuss?
Well, they are, yeah. I mean, obviously, I speak to other residents, and some residents have actually refused to pay the maintenance fee. Right. We have to pay it on a monthly direct debit, and some have cancelled. And from what I've heard from other residents, they've had letters from debt collection agencies and letters from the management company stating if they don't pay it, then they're going to take them to court, but use the funds that we pay as residents.
Yes.
So they're using our money to take people to court because they're not paying because they're not providing a service.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, it sounds like we need to go and have a little word and find out what on earth this company's playing at. Miles, can I please pass Colin back? Can we get some detail and go and have a little chat?
Of course you can.
Thanks very much. Right, Colin, hang on there. I'm passing you back to Miles now. Now, Paul was having cancer surgery and couldn't cope with his petrol mower at the time, so back in May of 2019, his mother-in-law bought him a new electric cordless mower that she hoped would be easy for him to use. Well, since then, Paul said he hasn't really mowed the lawn very much, but when he did get round to using it, well, there was clearly something wrong with it.
I went to use it, and literally as soon as it hit any length of grass, it suddenly made this ooh and stopped. It has occasionally done, when it's long, either at the end of, if I haven't cut it for a few weeks. But so I put it on the highest setting and still nothing. It was ooh, it went.
Well, of course, a mower should go ooh to an extent, but it should carry on going ooh and shouldn't just stop. And that's exactly what it was doing for Paul. Well, he clearly was unhappy about it. Contacted the television shopping channel that his mother-in-law had purchased it through, but he said that, they weren't very helpful because they suggested it was too old for them to get involved. Well, as regular listeners to the programme know, that's just complete nonsense. When you purchase any product from a retailer, you are entitled to expect that the product will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. This lawnmower clearly hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time, so I went off to have a word with the company on Paul's behalf. Well, he's back on the JVS show. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Paul. I hope you are too.
Yes, thank you.
You know, because of everything we've gone through already with this case, when I went to speak to the television shopping channel, they got in touch with your mother-in-law. They explained the situation, and they said that they would like her, because she ultimately is their customer, but obviously it's down to you to do the running around on this, but they said that they wanted a report to state that the lawnmower had a manufacturing defect, and that was why it wasn't working. Well, thankfully you found a really nice local lawnmower repair guy who had a look at it for you. He didn't charge anything at all. He said that indeed it had failed because there was a poorly manufactured component that was used in the creation of this lawnmower. He put all of that in writing, and you sent it off to the television shopping channel, and indeed they confirmed that they were prepared to issue a full refund, yes?
That's it, yeah, exactly.
What's happened? Any sign of it yet?
No, so my mother-in-law, we had a bit of faffing around confirming a collection date, but eventually that was resolved. They collected it, I think, 2.5 weeks ago, and we hadn't had any sort of confirmation that they had acknowledged the receipt of the return. So my mother-in-law phoned a week last Friday to say what's going on, and they said, and we'd already double-checked on the collection people that they had definitely been received by the warehouse. So she asked them to say, well, what's going on? And he eventually found the return and confirmed that they had acknowledged the return and they were happy that it had been returned, and that initially he was then, she said, well, when you're going to issue the refund? Well, it will be issued at some point. So she played I will give that update to the BBC on their consumer programme. So he panicked, went off and said he talked to a manager who said that the refund would be absolutely refunded. It had been authorised by the finance department.
When was this?
This was a week last Friday, and they assured us that it would be in my mother-in-law's account by Friday just gone.
And it was being paid, what, directly into her bank account or being put back on a card? How was it working?
So she had it on a credit card, but that had expired because of the fact that it's now 2.5 years since she bought the lawnmower. So she actually gave them her current account details so that she wouldn't have to faff around with a credit card.
And has she checked today?
She hasn't. She checked Friday and it wasn't there. you phoned them on Friday.
Yes,
and
I did.
Yeah, and obviously that kicked them into action because she received. Well, there was a message on her aunt's phone on Friday afternoon to say your refund has now been issued and it will be in her account by this Friday.
Right.
Now she doesn't have online banking, and quite rightly she said, well, I don't want to keep going into the bank every day just in case it's not there. So at the moment she will go and check again on Friday.
Okay. Well, I'm fairly confident that they will refund it because at last they have responded to me. They came back on Friday after my contact to them, and they did apologise for not having responded to me personally, but they said we can confirm we have reached out to Paul's mother-in-law upon receiving your email back in September, on September the 14th. We have taken the necessary steps to resolve this query, they say. If there is anything else we can help with, please let us know. Well, I'll tell you what you can do, Television Shopping Channel. You can pay Paul's mother-in-law, your customer, as you promised you were going to do some time ago. Look, I think all we can really do at this stage, Paul, if they've made an agreement they're going to pay this week, and if your mother-in-law's not going to be able to go and check the bank account till Friday, let's arrange to have a conversation on Friday morning. Yeah. And I really hope that that money is in her account by then. If not, I'm afraid I'm going to have to identify the company.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough.
Okay, fine.
Yep,
well, let's leave it there for now. We will talk on Friday, and fingers crossed you will have, well, your mother-in-law will have that full amount of money back in her account.
Yep, lovely.
Great stuff. All right, thank you very much. Television Shopping Channel, it's a shame this seems to be taking forever. Now, Nabila got engaged in April. She's Muslim, and her mum was very keen for her to get married very quickly. So she looked around for a venue, and due to lots of places being booked up, she decided on 2 dates. A ceremony at the registry office on the 10th of July, and then a big celebration on the 24th of July for about 130 people. Well, she found a photographer on social media that she really liked, and she decided to book her. The total cost for the photographer and a videographer was about £2,800. Problem Nabila has is that Freedom Day, as she described it, was delayed, which meant she was restricted on how many people she could have to the wedding. She said that she's got friends and relatives overseas who all wanted to come. So on the 18th of June, Nabila tried to reschedule the photographer for the following year. Well, Nabila said the photographer initially agreed over the phone, but then changed her mind.
When I spoke to her on the phone, she seemed understanding, but then I got an email that same day saying, your event's been cancelled and I'm keeping your deposit and I'm not going to reschedule it to the following year. She said to me that she's already paid her contractors, she's lost a lot of money from COVID, she's lost so much money from this business, and a lot of people wanted my dates, and that we've messed her about. And I said to her, I understand that a lot of people have lost business, but if COVID has affected all of us, and we're not trying to cancel the booking, we just want to move it to the following year because Freedom Day wasn't as expected. And she told me that there's no lockdown.
Well, I went off to have a word with the photographer. Nabila's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Nabila.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you, Nabila. So the photographer, she responded very promptly, actually. I was concerned as to whether she would, because you, I think, told me that you'd struggled to communicate with her, but she responded very quickly. She's come back with quite a long response. Let's just go through it, and it would be fair to say, and I need to just make you clear of this right from the outset, she's certainly in no mood to be giving you any money back, but let's find out why. She says, first of all, she does not believe that you have stated the facts correctly to me on my programme. She said, you signed a contract on the 12th of May 2021 for the 10th and the 14th of July for wedding photos and film on both of those days. The contract stated, A, the client agrees that if he/she cancels the function or changes the dates, an advance retainer paid is non-refundable. B, the deposit will only be transferable to another date if dates have to be changed due to government lockdown. In this case, If the lead photographer is not available, a replacement team will be arranged to cover the event, but no refund will be given. C. If a client cancels the event within 4 weeks before the event, the remaining balance will be payable in full, which she goes on to point out that she did not demand, even though you'd cancelled within a month and therefore she was entitled to have claimed from you. She goes on to say, in this case, there was no government-imposed lockdown on the dates that she booked me for. I turned 2 other weddings down on the 10th of July, and I turned 5 weddings down on the 24th of July, which was the sought-after date for weddings this year. And I turned these down because I was committed to providing the service to Nabila. You can check, she says, there was no government-imposed lockdown on the 10th of July and the 24th of July. In fact, after a whole year of no weddings, this was the start of the busiest wedding season, where she booked 2 days with me. If they talk about COVID restrictions will be with us for the next 2 to 3 years. That doesn't mean that weddings are not going to go ahead. Moreover, when Nabila booked me, she was aware of the scenario. She goes on to say, all of my fellow photographers were booked on those dates, and if you know any photographer, you can just check with them how many inquiries they got for those 2 dates this year. Nabila emailed me on the 18th of June to inform me that the wedding was not going ahead on the planned dates, as the groom's father could not attend the wedding. This was even within 4 weeks' timeline, where she needed to pay the balance as well, which I did not demand. Over the phone, she told me they were not sure about the dates when they booked, and I asked, then why did you book me? She replied, I wanted to make sure that you were available for my events and that no one else booked you, as I know you get very busy. She said that she replied, in this case, I am the only one that's losing business on these 2 busy dates of the year because you wanted me to work only for you. I explained the scenario nicely in an email, wherein I received a letter from her lawyer telling me to refrain from contacting their client and that they were proceeding with court, which never happened, after I replied after seeking legal counsel. On top of that, Nabila's sister was sending derogatory remarks on my stories on my work on Instagram. Now, she sent me a snapshot, Nabila. I'm not going to go into the language that is used, but would it be fair to say your sister was a bit rude about her?
Well, I don't know what my sister was doing. I mean, maybe she sent her a direct message on Instagram, but that had nothing to do with me. She didn't do anything on her stories. Nothing was ever public. She just sent her a private message. I'm thinking.
Okay. Because I've been
100% sure.
I've been sent a screenshot of a message where your sister appears to call the photographer a heartless and then uses the word for a female dog.
Okay, well, I have no idea about that. I didn't send any messages. I didn't send those messages, so you'd have to ask my sister.
Okay. She says, the messages were forwarded to her solicitor, who asked me to refrain from contacting them, but forgot to educate them. I did not receive a reply. My solicitor advised me to file a complaint, which I couldn't do as I was very busy at work. Now I've been contacted by you, she said. There has not been any effort to request to reschedule the dates with me. When there was time to negotiate, I was asked not to contact her by her lawyer. Then her sister was very rude to me. I stand on my ground and I don't believe that I've done anything wrong. I was supposed to be paid £2,850 for 2 days. She paid me £1,425 as a retainer, which was paid to book the team with me. I lost the balance of £1,425, and I had no other weddings on those 2 dates as she cancelled at the very last minute. It's strange that I've been asked to refrain from contacting Nabila while her solicitor, which is her sister, Her sister and now you have contacted me regarding this matter. I hope I've cleared up the situation. So that's her response, really. She is suggesting that she's done everything above board, but she feels as if you're treating her unfairly. Nabila, how do you respond?
I would say that's not correct. There were emails exchanged between us where I spoke to her over the phone and I requested, I think over email, that if she can reschedule the date, and she refused, and she was like, no, I'm keeping your money. And I did try to resolve the situation. I said, why can't we just change it to next year? And I just don't think what she's saying is the truth.
Well, hang on a second, because
also,
do you accept that the part of the contract she has sent me that I read, do you accept that that is the contract you've agreed to?
Yes, I did agree to that contract.
Right. So if you agreed to that contract, do you recognise that you were not within your rights to cancel those dates within the time frame that you cancelled them?
Okay, I understand that, it had a clause for 4 weeks, but there was a government, Freedom Day was delayed.
But it wasn't a lockdown. There wasn't a lockdown. There was a delay in the complete relaxation, but we weren't in a lockdown.
I thought we were, because they put all these guidance saying, you can't have Freedom Day the way you wanted it.
I've been contacted by other listeners who've said that back at the beginning of July, weddings could go ahead, but there was still just a restriction on the numbers.
Okay, well, I mean, for us, that meant the wedding couldn't really happen the way we wanted it.
Yeah, but that's not her fault, and the terms and conditions in the contract state that she would not be liable to allow you to change those dates unless we were in a government-imposed lockdown, which would mean to most people, I think, lockdown would mean that you can't get married, full stop.
Okay, well, I mean, even during the very severe lockdown, theoretically you could still get married, but it was only with 6 people or something there. And I mean, for me, we wanted to get married without any restrictions. So, when they announced the delay to Freedom Day, we couldn't do it. And the thing about, we try to be reasonable. We try to say to her that we just want to reschedule it. We don't want to cancel it. And she did seem understanding over the phone. And I thought we were going to be okay. And all this stuff about how I wanted to book her just so that, about not being sure of the dates and things, that's not true. We had those dates booked with the venue before we booked her. I didn't think when I made the booking that Freedom Day or anything would be delayed. I thought, I genuinely thought on those dates I would be getting married.
Right, but do you recognise that, as far as she's concerned, she said that at the point where she would have been open to some kind of negotiation, she felt as if she was being attacked on all fronts. I mean, I've got here the message.
No,
the message
I don't recognise that.
She says was sent by your sister. She sent me this. It says this is from your sister. She says, "You stole my sister's hard-earned money, as she wanted to reschedule the wedding to next year. And you, being an unprofessional, heartless," and then she uses a word that I'm not going to use on the radio, "stole her deposit instead of moving the date. I'm getting married myself next year and I would have booked you. Not only that, my friend is also getting married next year and I would have recommended you. You've lost customers and I'll continue to spread awareness of your scam."
I mean, I didn't send that message, so I can't really comment on it. It has nothing to do with me.
Did you know your sister had sent that?
Only after. I didn't tell her to send it or anything. I only found out afterwards.
Right.
And then what could I do?
Right. And why would your sister have kind of... Because it's interesting that she's used scam, and you suggested to me in our first conversation that this was a scam. And I don't quite understand why you would consider this to be a scam.
Because my solicitor wanted to send her an official letter in the post to her address, and he couldn't find an official address for her.
Well, I found an address. I found an address that her company's registered to within 5 minutes.
Okay, I don't know why my solicitor told me that.
Right.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law professional. So,
I mean, look, the reality is I try to be fair to all parties concerned. And I've looked at this taking a step back from both sides. And although I completely understand from your perspective, it was frustrating that you couldn't have the wedding that you wanted to have. You did decide that you were going to book those dates, knowing that we were in the middle of a pandemic and that things could change. So you did make the decision that you were going to book the dates. You could have got married at the beginning of July. You just couldn't get married in the way you wanted to get married. And therefore it was you that broke the contract with the photographer. And rather than trying to recognise that ultimately she was in the right and you were in the wrong, and coming to an arrangement, it would appear that you decided that you were going to get a solicitor involved, and then obviously your sister got involved. You say you had no knowledge of that. Then you came to my programme, and she feels as if she has not been treated fairly in all of this. And I'll be honest with you, just looking at it from an outsider, I can kind of see where she's coming from.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I did try to speak to her. I called her up many times asking if we can move the date. And then on a Sunday, she sent me an email saying that I will move £700 of your deposit to next year and I'll keep £700. And then you can, you have until the end of today to reply. Otherwise, I'm keeping the full amount and I'm going to pursue you for the rest of it.
Right.
So it was at that point where I was just like, there's no point talking to her. I was trying to negotiate with her.
But as we've recognised, you were the one that was breaking the contract with her. So if she was offering to give you 700 quid back and allow you to change the date, then wouldn't that have been a very fair resolution?
Well, not in the way that she did it, just saying that you have until the end of the day to do this, and then sending all those. She didn't try to speak to me and ask and, you know, try and negotiate with me nicely. It was all like quite an aggressive, harsh tone. And
was this before or after your sister had messaged her?
This was way before.
Right.
This was at the beginning. And I sent this email to your team.
Right. And was this before you'd instructed the solicitor to write to her?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I got the solicitor involved after all this. I did try to negotiate with her. I tried to speak to her quite a few times over the phone and like try and resolve this. The first time I called her, she didn't really want to talk to me because she was going off to another booking. And then I got that email, and it was just, I was tearing my hair out because I wanted to. I would have loved it if I could have moved the booking to next year, but the way that it was done, I just didn't think it was fair.
So let's just take a look at where you could go from here, because you're obviously very unhappy with the way that she's treated you, and she obviously feels aggrieved and does not feel inclined to give you your money back based on the response. So let's see where you could go. I have managed to find, and I managed to find it relatively easily, the home address for this photographer. So I'm surprised that your solicitor didn't manage to find that address, but I'm more than happy to pass that on to you if your solicitor then wants to write to her to continue this down the legal route. My only concern is that, and I don't know whether your solicitor has advised you of this at any point, but she is within her rights if she is able to argue from a legal perspective that in fact you have broken the contract and she hasn't. She would be within her rights to pursue you for the full balance that she was owed. Did your solicitor ever make you aware of that?
No.
Right. I'm intrigued to know why your solicitor wouldn't have made you aware of that, because the contract, and again, I mean, let me just read you the part of it. It says, if a client cancels the event within 4 weeks before the event, the remaining balance will be payable in full. That was on the contract that you signed up for, and you, by your own admission, cancelled within 4 weeks of the date, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So if you sue her and she decides to countersue you, there is a chance that she may well be able to force you to pay her the full balance. But it all comes down to whether or not you feel that is a risk worth taking.
Okay.
What are you inclined to do?
I don't know at this point. I couldn't really comment. I'd have to think about it.
Right.
I mean, like I said, I still am willing to negotiate and try and come to a resolution. I'm not an unreasonable person. That's what I try to do. I never wanted it to get to this stage. And I did try to negotiate with her and speak to her. But I don't feel like she was trying to do that with me.
Right. So if I were to contact her back and were to say, to be honest, I'm going to have to, and I hope you would give me permission to do this, I'm going to have to apologise on your behalf for the message that your sister sent. Because, apart from anything else, it doesn't matter what kind of professional dispute you're having with a company or a sole trader, you just don't use that kind of response. You don't use that kind of language because it's going to come back and, bite you on the bottom. So I would need to go back and say that you apologise on behalf of your sister for the rude message that she sent, but that you are still keen to have a conversation to try and find some amicable way of resolving this. If I were to try and get the lines of communication back open, would that be something you'd be happy with?
Yeah, we could try it. Regarding my sister, like I said, I didn't send that message. That message had nothing to do with me. So I don't you could apologise to her, but I just wanted to be clear that I never had anything to do with that message.
Right. Have you spoken to your sister and told her that you weren't happy about the message being sent?
I just said it probably wasn't a good idea that you sent it, but I didn't really. Yeah. So
it was a very bad idea because ultimately, by your sister sending that message, what she's done is provide the photographer with evidence that photographer would use against you, and if this were to go to court, this would be used against you as well. So unfortunately, and I completely understand, your sister's your sister, she's trying to stick up for you, and we all want to stick up for our siblings. I completely get that, but by using that kind of language and threatening her in the way that she's been threatened on social media, unless you give my sister her money back, I'm going to tell everyone that you're a scam, which is kind of what she's saying. It's just not very helpful, is it?
I suppose not.
So shall I go back to her and say, look, you had no knowledge of the message that was sent by your sister. You don't approve of the message that was sent by your sister, but that you would very much you only involved solicitors because you felt as if this lady was not open to negotiation and you are interested in having a productive conversation about some kind of negotiation. Shall I see if that makes any difference?
Yeah, you could do that.
If ultimately, though, Nabila, she turns around and says, well, frankly, get lost, then your only further recourse would be through the small claims court. And you wouldn't need a solicitor. In fact, you can't use a solicitor to go through the small claims court. So you would simply write to her. You would need to make the argument, as you have done so on my programme, that as far as you were concerned, we were still in a lockdown. And you would then take her to the small claims court. And I'm more than happy to provide you with the address that I have found as a registered address for her business.
Okay.
Okay. What do you want me to do, Nabila? Because I'm not getting a clear vibe as to what you'd like from me.
I would just like help in getting my money back, really. Yeah, to come to a resolution. I think the relationship between us two is too fractured for her to do my actual wedding photography. So if I could get some of my money back, that would be helpful.
Right. But you see, the problem that I have is I'm not sure that you're entitled to it. Because the world doesn't just revolve around consumers and customers. There's two people involved in this transaction. There's you, the customer, and there's a lady who's running her own wedding photography company. Now, her argument is that, you've been unreasonable, and your expectations of her have been unreasonable. It's not her fault that you decided to cancel the wedding.
I understand her perspective, but I've spoken to other wedding photographers and other people in the wedding industry, and they said that when all of this happened, they were happy to move dates.
Right,
it's not like I was saying to her, I want a refund. I wanted to,
Okay, but to be honest with you, whether you've spoken to other photographers or not, those photographers have their own policies, they have their own contracts. You'd agreed to a contract with this photographer that stated that if you were entitled to change the date if there was a government-imposed lockdown, but if there wasn't a government-imposed lockdown and you cancel within 4 weeks, you would be liable to pay the full balance.
So, I mean, what is a government lockdown then? Did the lockdown end in April when restrictions started to be lifted? Because weddings still they could happen, but on a very reduced basis. So I feel like that contract's a bit vague in its actual definition of a lockdown. But I mean, what is a lockdown then? Is it when you have some restrictions or no restrictions?
Do you know what? I think the best thing I can do for you is to give you her address so that you can get your solicitor to write to her. I think that's the best way forward. Because I think this needs to go to court for a judge to make the determination over whether we were in a lockdown at that point or not.
Okay.
What I'll do, I will pass you back to my team. We'll pass on the details and you can ask your solicitor to write to her at her address, because I've managed to find it. Okay. Michael's on the line. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Michael. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah. Well, we've had a problem with the local council and the housing association concerning the rent. The housing association are saying that I owe them, I think it's about 6 weeks' rent. But I've been in touch with the council, and they say that it's been paid.
So am I right in thinking then that you're a council tenant and the council pays the housing association your rent?
Yeah, that's right, because I'm on pension credit guaranteed because the wife doesn't get any pension.
Okay. So the local authority pays the rent directly to the housing association?
Yes.
But the housing association says the rent hasn't been paid?
No. And the first letter just said, we're warning you that your benefits have been stopped. So I phoned again, and the council said, no, they've been paid. And then the next letter was about 4 or 5 days later. We're going to make immediate action seeking repossession, and this is the first stage of an order being obtained to county court. So, I don't really know what's going on.
Well, that must be very worrying to receive that kind of letter, Michael.
I'm not a well person. I've got emphysema, a dicky ticker, and the missus is not too well neither. She's got a dodgy ticker. And I was in hospital when she got the letter about the actual amount.
Yeah.
And when I came out of hospital, she was in a right state, and she said to me, look at this.
Right.
And I said, well, that can't be right. I said, because I phoned the council twice. And they assured me that it's been paid.
And have you contacted the housing association as well?
Yes. And it's very strange because when I threatened them, I said, I'm going to get in touch with Three Counties Radio. And about 2 hours afterwards, somebody did phone me from the housing association and apologised for the letter, but that doesn't help because they're still saying that I owe this money. It's all right them saying, don't take any notice of the letter, but
okay,
they're in black and white.
The first thing I will say to you, Michael, is just relax.
Yeah.
Because first things first, I'd like you to let me do the worrying for you, and I'd like you to just leave this to me to try and deal with. Because, but by your own admission, you've got heart problems. The last thing you need is the stress of all of this.
Well, that's very true. Yeah.
This sounds on the face of it like a bit of a mix-up.
It does.
And what we need to do is we need to get sensible people at the council and sensible people at the housing association to talk.
Well,
and if there's some kind of confusion and if for some reason the council haven't made a payment, or they have made a payment but for some reason it's not been allocated to, your name or whatever, and therefore the housing association are looking at it thinking this chap hasn't paid the rent, I'm sure there's a way that we can get them to sort it all out for you. Okay?
That's very kind, very kind.
So I don't want you worrying about it. I want you to leave it to us to do the worrying. What I'm going to do, Miles...
Yes.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Michael. Actually, I need to talk to Miles. So can Miles call you back and we'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word with both the Housing Association and the council. We'll try and, in the nicest possible way, bang some heads together and try and get this all resolved for you, OK?
That's very kind. Thank you very much.
OK. Don't worry about it, Michael. Leave it to us.
OK. Nope,
OK.
I'll put the phone down.
You put the phone down, we'll phone you back, yeah. Now, the reason I need to talk to Miles is because Miles has been working on Carol's case. Carol came to me. She was saying in May of this year she had to go to Spain. On her return flight back to the UK, she put her electronic tablet in the back of the seat diagonally opposite her. So not in the seat pocket directly in front of her, but in the one next to it. And I mean, I don't know why she did this, but I don't think she knows why she did it either, because as soon as she got home, she thought, oh no, I've left my tablet in that pocket. So she contacted the airline, but she's very worried that they've disposed of it.
I telephoned them, and then obviously you've got to wait for your options, press the option for reporting a lost item. And there was a message on there saying because of coronavirus and lack of staff, they weren't actually dealing with it personally. You had to go on this email address and fill out a form, which I did, and then waited and waited. I've gone back on there periodically to track it, to see what's happening. And now it says disposed, which I'm assuming they mean they've disposed of my tablet, which I don't understand why they would do that.
Well, I mean, this is so frustrating, and I know Miles has been talking to both the airline and the airport. Let's find out what the latest is, because Carol's back on the JVS show. Hello, Carol.
Good morning.
Carol, why did you do it?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's one of those things, isn't it? Well, no, you're not an idiot, because I've done the same thing. You're sitting there, the seat next to you is empty, and you think, well, I might as well use that pocket as well, because then I've got less stuff in the pocket in front of me, so I've got more leg room. I know why you did it.
Absolutely,
That's why you do it. But of course, the problem is, if you then start putting something in the pocket that's not the one in front of you, there is a chance you might forget it when you get off the plane. And you don't need me to tell you that's exactly what happened. Now, Miles, bring us up to speed with, first of all, what the airline is saying, and then what the airport has said, because they both, I understand, seem to be suggesting that the other one is responsible.
Yeah, so when we contacted the airline originally, they came back to us and said that the staff on the aeroplane had handed the tablet into lost property at the airport as per their protocols.
Yeah.
Now, so we went to the airport and said, this is what the airline's saying. Can you tell us from your side where this tablet is?
Yeah.
What they came back to us and said is that actually only lost property found in the airport itself would be handed into the airport's lost property. And if items are left on an on a aeroplane or found on an airline, they are dealt with by the airline or its contracted agents on the ground. So it would be a lost property service from the airline that they would have handed it to.
Right, so this is very frustrating because the airline says, well, we handed it into the airport's lost property, and the airport are saying, well, that wouldn't have happened because we don't accept things from airlines. We would only accept something that had actually been lost in the airport.
Yeah.
So where is the item gone?
That's the next question, isn't it, really?
I mean, well, it must have gone... Look, if the airline... What is the airline's policy? I think we need to... Let's trace this back a bit. What is the airline's policy when something is found on the plane? And this must happen, Carol, all the time. I mean, don't beat yourself up about it, because I bet people leave stuff on planes all the time. Now, there must be a process that is followed. You would imagine that the airline will have some kind of log where they would log the item that was found and probably the seat, the aisle and the seat number, so that if somebody then calls in and says, oh, I left my watch on the plane, they're able to piece it together in terms of where the person was sitting on the plane. But what I want to know from the airline is where exactly would that tablet have then been handed? It must have been handed to someone. If it's handed to the handlers at the airport, do the handlers then have their own lost property section? Because the airport is saying it would never have been handed in to them. It's bizarre. It feels as if there is a kind of a bit of a blame game going on here, Carol, and you're stuck in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, it would stand to reason that any lost property obviously can't stay on the plane, can it? Because I'm not going to have been the only one that left something behind. You can bet your life, can't you? So it must have been handed off the plane to somebody,
yes.
I'm assuming.
Yes. Well, I know, Miles, you were making contact yesterday afternoon with the handler company themselves, who are the handling agent for the airline. Have they come back to us with anything, or are we still waiting for a response from them?
Well, they've sent a response saying they're looking into it, so not a definitive response. I've asked them to explain the process to us and to see if they can find this tablet.
As far as I'm concerned, they've either got to say, well, actually, we've got our own lost property section, and it's just an oversight that, for whatever reason, Carol hasn't been put in touch with us and we haven't looked for it. And we've got it sitting there. Hopefully they'll say we've got it sitting in a cupboard somewhere. Or if they turn around and say, well, no, our process is that we hand it into the airport, then we're going to need to go back to the airport and say, you don't seem to understand what your own process is here. But, oh, gosh, what a pickle, Carol. What an absolute pickle. Can you leave it with us? More work to do. We are, one way or the other, going to get to the bottom of this.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much.
Charlie moved into a new build property in June of 2019. Everything was fine until September of this year, when the electric shower in her ensuite bathroom just completely stopped working.
We had a plumber come out on the 10th of September and said that the heating valve had gone. I think it's the heating element, that's it. Heating element had gone, so it's only producing cold water, which obviously isn't ideal, so we can't use the shower at all. I called the developers and they said it's nothing to do with us, you need to go to the manufacturers. Called the manufacturers, and that's where my problems began. They keep going back to the 2-year guarantee. So I've said to them, I'm not calling with regards to a guarantee, I'm calling with regards to the Consumer Rights Act. The manufacturer keeps saying that it's irrelevant. The Consumer Rights Act doesn't mean anything. You had to prove that it was faulty within, I can't remember exactly, but I think 6 weeks within delivery. And I'm saying that's got nothing to do with it. That's not why I'm calling.
Well, Charlie came to me and asked if I could help. And I like to think I have, because I contacted the developer. I also contacted the manufacturer of the shower. I got the two of them talking, and the developer came back and said, OK, we have decided that we are going to arrange for the manufacturer to come out to Charlie's property and fix the shower. And sure enough, when I spoke to Charlie last, the good news was somebody had turned up and he had managed to fix the shower, and the shower was working absolutely perfectly, wasn't it, Charlie?
It was indeed, yes.
Good morning, or good afternoon to you now. However, the conversation took a bit of a twist. It took a bit of a twist because when you appeared on the programme, I was expecting to play the developer the horn, thank them very much indeed, and move on. But you dropped a bit of a smelly bombshell on the programme. You said, the only strange thing is the shower's working perfectly now, but there's now a dreadful smell of sewage in the bathroom. And we went through all the various options as to what might have gone on. And, of course, when it had been some time since you'd used the shower, so the chances are the pipe, the waste pipe for the shower, it may well have dried out. And you may well then be getting some sewage smells coming back up along the pipe. And, emitting through the plug hole in the shower, and that's why you can smell it. But lots of my listeners, as you know, called in with suggestions as to what you could do, and they said, you need to take the top of the plug off in the shower, put your fingers down there, and there should be a trap, make sure the trap is properly pushed down there. The only thing was, Charlie, when you put your fingers down the pipe, and I don't wish to be disgusting, because it is lunchtime, but you put your fingers down the pipe and you said you'd felt something a little bit disgusting down there.
Yeah.
And we had a horrible feeling that for some reason there may well have been sewage coming back along the pipe. Now, you and I had a conversation after the programme, and you were looking at the potential possibility that you were going to get a drainage engineer to come out. But I understand before you went down that line, you decided to do some of your own DIY methods. What's happened? What's the latest? Because so many people have been asking me, what's happened to Charlie's smelly pipe?
What a nightmare, eh? Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that before we got a drain expert out, which I was going to do, I wanted to make sure I'd done everything I could do first. So I boiled a lot of kettles and poured a lot of hot water down there and a lot of bleach, and then just kept running the shower through. I don't know if I fixed the problem, but I've definitely put a plaster on it. It doesn't smell like sewage as much. Well, no, not really at all. I was in there this morning cleaning it again just to try and keep that water flushing through. And like I say, I don't think this has fixed it long term. I'm guessing. I don't think you can you? If there's sewage coming back up, I'm guessing that is more substantial. But for now, I've got no sewage smell, and I've managed to put my plaster on it with lots of water and lots of bleach.
Right. Well, I mean, hopefully that has fixed it. Hopefully whatever was blocked or had come the wrong way, well, potentially, if something's come the wrong way down the pipe, I mean, maybe you have just flushed it all through with the boiling water. So, I mean, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe.
So is that the smell of sewage has gone completely from the bathroom, has it?
Yeah, completely gone.
Right.
Completely gone. And I use so much bleach and keep cleaning because it was disgusting.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't good.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit careful with the bleach, just to warn you, because bleach can be quite corrosive to the pipes, and what you don't want to end up doing is kind of causing one of the seals on the pipe somewhere down the line to fail because of all the bleach that's gone through it. So maybe I think if you've put lots of bleach down there, you've put bleach down there, and you've put lots of boiling water down there, and the smell has gone, great. Yeah. If the smell comes back again, I think at that point you're going to have to recognise that the water and the bleach is just not going to do it. You're going to have to get someone else.
I agree. Yeah, but I agree with you.
Hopefully that's an end to it. And the other thing worthy of trying, and it's something I like to do with all my plug holes, if you get bicarbonate of soda...
And white wine vinegar.
And white wine vinegar. Put that down... and it all fizzes and bubbles, and then pour boiling water on the top of that, and it kind of flushes it down all down the pipe as a lovely cleansing, foamy, frothy lump.
That's a great suggestion. Great suggestion. I did know about it, but I haven't done it. So I will do that. That's a really good idea. And I'm getting a lot kinder. It's
definitely a lot kinder to your pipes than all that bleach, yeah, absolutely. Well, okay, Charlie, listen, I'm delighted that it now seems to all be sorted. You can now get on and enjoy your shower without the smell of sewage. And hopefully the shower lasts you for a very long time. Any other problems, you know where we are. Stephen's on the line. Hello, Stephen.
Good morning.
Hello, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right, well, in August I booked a holiday to Turkey, so that was all good, fine. And then early to mid-September I was on this social media hotel group, and they said, oh, my holiday's been cancelled. And 3 or 4 more people said, yeah, same thing, holiday's been cancelled. So I contacted the holiday provider, I said... apparently the holiday's been cancelled. They said, no, it hasn't. No, still going ahead. You're all good.
Right. Okay, so, sorry to interrupt you at that point. When were you due to be going to Turkey?
Oh, this is next year. I booked my holidays quite early.
Okay.
Because I want to get decent flights and stuff.
I was going to say, because, I mean, Turkey was still kind of on the red list, wasn't it? Until...
Oh, yeah, but I booked it next year thinking, got to be good by then, surely.
Well... let's all hope so, for goodness sake, yeah. So this holiday's booked for next year. And when did you notice on social media there were people saying the holiday had been cancelled?
Early to mid-September. people were coming on saying,
Okay.
"Oh, it's been cancelled, been cancelled."
But
I
why
left
would that
it.
mean your holiday had been cancelled?
Well, I left it a week or so, and I contacted the holiday provider saying, "Is it still okay?" And they said, "Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's still okay." I'm thinking, well, that's strange. So I contacted the hotel direct. I said, "Could you tell me if my holiday's still going ahead?" And they said, "Oh no, that's cancelled."
Why?
Okay. They didn't say. They just said, "Yeah, I'm sorry, that booking's cancelled." So,
And this
okay.
was a package holiday, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is direct from the hotel. So, contacted the holiday provider again. I said, I'm just, is this holiday still going ahead? And they said, "Oh, yeah. And I went, well, I've got an email from the hotel direct saying it's cancelled. And they said, "Oh, no, that's not right." So I got an online chat with the holiday provider, and I said, it's something's not right here. And they said, "Oh, no, it's still going ahead." So I said, right, I'll forward them the email.
Yeah.
And then their tone changed. I went, right, the holiday change people will get a hold of you. Thank you very much. And that was the end of the chat.
Oh.
Oh, fine. So I've been contacting them now for the past nearly a month. And I've been asking to speak to these holiday change people. They said, "No, you can't speak to them. They'll phone you up and put the phone down or end the online chat."
Oh, it's a bit weird, isn't it? I wonder what's going on. There's obviously more to this, isn't there?
That's what I was thinking. And I'm due to pay a bit more deposit, but I'm thinking, well, I'm basically paying for a holiday. It looks like they can't provide me with. So
Yes. Well, I mean, if it's a package holiday, then obviously you have a lot of protection anyway.
yeah.
My advice is always to people to book package holidays. If you book a package holiday, and what constitutes a package? It is 2 or more components of the holiday being included. So, for example, it would normally be considered a package holiday when you buy the hotel and the flights to get to that hotel together as one. That would then constitute a package. You need to make sure that it is a proper package holiday.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But if it's a package holiday, then of course you are covered by the package holiday regulations. Now, the package holiday regulations prior to COVID were really fantastic. In terms of if there was any problem and the company couldn't fulfill a part of the holiday, then there was the ability to cancel the holiday, to have your money back, or the company was duty bound to find alternative accommodation, all those kinds of things. Then, of course, COVID hit, and many companies, in order to comply with the package holiday regulations, have found it very, very difficult just to refund everyone who's wanted a refund.
Yeah.
And therefore, even ABTA, the Association of Travel Agents, the Association of British Travel Agents, even they have said to some of their members, we'll grant you a bit of extra time because we recognise this is an unprecedented nightmare for you to have to deal with financially. But it's still very advisable to book a package rather than individual component parts. You certainly have much more protection.
Yeah,
and of
which
course,
I've done, yeah.
And of course, always pay by credit card. That way you're giving yourself some further protection as well. So at this particular point, I mean, it sounds as if what you need from us is to go and get some clarification on what's going on.
Trying to get through to these people is a major pain. It really is. You're on hold for ages and ages and ages. And
why would you book with them then?
Sorry?
Why would you book with them?
Oh, well, they've always been good before.
Oh, okay. So this is just a new thing, is it?
Yeah, this is just very strange.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's all kinds of things that could be going on behind the scenes, and it may well be that the holiday company is in some kind of negotiation with the hotel.
Yeah.
And maybe things are going on behind the scenes, and that's why the holiday company doesn't want to actually confirm that the holiday is cancelled, because at this stage they're still trying to negotiate with the hotel so that people can have the holiday there. I don't know.
Yeah, I on this online forum, there was somebody actually at the hotel at the time, and they said, "Oh, no, it's definitely cancelled, and they can't see him going back." So,
but is that because the hotel doesn't want to work with this tour operator anymore? Or?
I have no idea. They just they just won't say. They just say, "Oh no, holiday change people will be speaking to you." I said, "Yeah, but can I speak to them now?" "Oh no, they'll phone you. You can't."
But it doesn't make sense, does it? Because the hotel is still there. The hotel hasn't gone out of business.
Oh no, not at all.
The hotel is still going to be in business next year.
Oh yeah, I could book the hotel with another holiday provider. Yeah, that's fine.
Right. So there's obviously something that's happened in the relationship between the tour operator and this hotel that means the hotel doesn't want to do business anymore with that operator.
Yeah, when I speak to them, if they just said, "Oh, something's gone wrong," and fine, these things happen, but just keep denying it all the time, and then finally they said, "Oh no, the holiday change people will be phoning you." But,
okay, fine. Well, we need to go and get some kind of steer on what's going on, and I think, Miles, they need to just be kind of blunt and honest about it. If there is a very good chance that this hotel is not going to want Stephen going there as part of this package holiday, can they just advise him of that now, allow him to cancel, and then he can arrange something else? Because you've still got plenty of time before next year. It's particularly Turkey you want to go to, is it, Stephen?
Yeah,
do you like Turkey?
I've even said to them, can you cancel it? They said, "Oh no, you can't cancel it, else that you'd incur a fee with that." I said, well, it looks like I'm not going there." "Oh yes, you're still going there." But then they changed their mind and said, "Oh no, the holiday change people will phone me." But it's been a month now, and I just want it sorted.
But what you don't want is for this just to keep getting kicked into the long grass, and then suddenly you get a week before you're due to go, you've paid the full balance, and then they turn around to you and say, "Oh, sorry, unfortunately, that holiday's now cancelled, so here's a refund." At which point, you're then looking at competitive holidays being much more expensive because you're then so close to the time you're due to go.
And the flights are rubbish as well.
Yeah. So that wouldn't really be very acceptable, would it? Let's see what we can do. Just out of interest, is this, and I don't want any detail that will identify who they are, but do you know if the travel agent, the tour operator, are they members of ABTA?
Oh, yes, yeah.
They are. Okay, right, fine. Well, if necessary, we'll get ABTA involved. Miles, can I please pass Stephen back?
Of course you can.
Now, Ian wanted to treat himself to some new luxury custom-made car mats. He saw an advert on social media for some that looked good, and he said they appeared to be from a UK-based company. So he put in an order.
They arrived in a very tatty cardboard box. I also noticed they'd come from Beijing, which was a shock. Put them in the car next day. They looked all right. I'll be perfectly honest, they certainly didn't fit everywhere. I had to buy some industrial strength carpet Velcro to get them to stay down in certain places because they stick up. About 3 months later, I was washing and hoovering the car out, and I noticed that the carpet was holed. It had wore out.
Well, Ian said he contacted this company and said, "Look, I really don't think these car mats are very good quality at all. They've not lasted for a very reasonable amount of time. They're wearing out already. I've spent a lot of money on them. I'd like you to take responsibility." He said he just could not get them to agree to do anything at all, which is why he came to me. Ian's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Ian.
Oh, good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Well, I'm very well, thank you. I'm starting to think that actually car mats is probably quite a good business to go into, isn't it? Because, I mean, car mats they seem very expensive. And I don't know about you, but I tend to get through car mats quite quickly. I don't know what it is about where your foot goes when you're driving the car, but certainly I find that my heel area goes through the car mat on a regular basis, and you end up with a dirty great hole in it.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is very annoying. So I think probably there's quite a good business to be made out of selling car mats. This particular company, of course, had charged a lot of money, £165.
Yep.
I contacted the company. They do indeed. The company is a company called DiamondCarMats.com. They seem to have an address in America, and they also do seem to have a UK-based office address. But it may well be that the actual car mats themselves are manufactured in China, because certainly it came direct from China, didn't it, the package?
Yes, it did, yeah.
So I went off to have a word with them. It was intriguing because, to begin with, their response was that you hadn't really made a proper formal complaint. You hadn't contacted them and formally complained. So I said to you, right, okay, can we just please, look, okay, I understand you say you have already complained, but can we just play their game and can we put in a formal complaint, which you did do?
Yep.
The formal complaint went through to them, and initially there was no response, was it? Which was very frustrating. I went and chased them up. They then came back and they said, as advised, unfortunately, we had no clear email from Mr. Ian in relation with this order. The email he has sent are ambiguous and do not offer any information to guide us. He has been asked by one of our team members to forward us some pictures, but none were received. If these pictures are submitted, I'm reading this as it's written, by the way.
Yeah, yep.
If these pictures are submitted, we could proceed with a replacement or installation advice, depending on the case. Well, at that point, I decided to write the email for you.
You did, yeah.
So I wrote the email for you. We sent that over with photographs. And at last they did come back with an offer, did they not? What was the offer?
Basically what it was, they were prepared to replace the damaged mat, which was the driver's mat.
Yes.
And that was what they were prepared to do, which was to replace the mat that was damaged.
Now, I mean, that wasn't ideal because what you really wanted was your money back and for them to take them away. But
Yeah,
there we go. The offer on the table was for them to replace it. And from a legal perspective, based on the amount of time you have had the product, you would have to give them an opportunity if they want to repair it or to replace the product. So we must hope that the replacement is going to be considerably better. Is it the driver's mat that has gone?
Yes, it is, yes.
And is it where your foot goes on the floor?
Yes, it is. And would you believe, just to update you on it, I've had them a couple of weeks.
Oh, what, the new one? So the new one's arrived?
Yes, the new one's arrived.
Okay.
I put it in.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
Are you ready? Okay. No, it's not a hold, but the rubber foot mat, which is where your heel sits on the mat, which is like, you know what I mean by it's like a
I do,
square.
yeah.
Yep. Has come off already. So you can see what I'm dealing with. I've got them, and the quality is just horrific. There's no other word for it. It's exactly the same as it was before. So for the moment, I have taken them out and put the original car mats back in at the moment.
Well, I mean, do you know, I do always myself use the manufacturer's own mats. I know it's frustrating to have to spend because very often they're pretty expensive. And I was horrified when my current new electric car, when it arrived, there were no blooming car mats in it.
No, I know.
I thought, how rude. You're spending all this money on a car and they can't even give you a blooming mat to put your foot on. It's absolutely outrageous. So anyway.
For them, don't you?
Well, apparently so, but I kicked off and I went a bit nuts at them, to be honest. So they ended up putting car mats in for me, and I'm very grateful to them for doing so. Yeah. But, I mean, the point is the manufacturer's own car mats are very often the ones that are designed to fit in the car and will be good quality.
Yeah.
But even so, I mean, this doesn't sound good. I mean, look, I think I need to go back to them again. Have you got photos of the new replacement having come away?
No, I haven't at the moment. I can do. That's not a problem.
Can you take some photos?
Yep.
Of the bit that's peeled away, send them over to me, and I will write to them again on your behalf. Yep. And say this is ridiculous. It would appear the product that you have provided the customer with is of such poor quality that it has only lasted a couple of weeks, and already the rubber part that you would put your heel on is coming away from the mat. This is not acceptable.
No, I agree with you.
£165 for car mats.
To be honest with you, I didn't want to sort of hassle you anymore with it.
Well, look, I'm going to go back to them. If you can get me those photos, I will happily go and write to them and say this is not on and you want your money back. Now, Max booked flights back in May to go on a ski trip with some friends in December. The flights cost £200 and he booked them through an online travel agent. Well, in August, he had an email to say the flights had been cancelled and he could have a refund. However, the travel agent was going to deduct £50. Well, he wasn't very happy about that. He had some friends that had booked directly with the airline. They'd been refunded in full. So he said, I'm not happy about this at all. I want all of my money back. I don't see why I should have £50 deducted from me. Well, this is an interesting one, and I think it's going to be a bit of a lesson for everybody listening to the programme. Max is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Max.
Hi there, how you doing, Jonathan?
Yes, I'm good, thank you, Max. Now, you had decided, and I'm not sure how you came across this company, because I had never heard of them before, to be honest. I completely accept they do seem to have a presence online. But you came across and you booked these flights through a company called Travel Up. How did you come across Travel Up?
I think it was a flight comparison website, but I have used them. I was checking my emails. I've probably used them about 4 or 5 times in the last sort of 5, 6 years.
Right. And would I be right in saying that the reason that you've used them is that you've managed to find flights that are cheaper going through them than they would be to go directly with the airline?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. It was probably not a huge amount, maybe 20 quid cheaper. And, in the past, when things haven't gone wrong, it's been absolutely fine.
Yeah.
It's just when something does go wrong that you encounter issues.
So the flights were with British Airways, and British Airways, I went and had a word with them and explained the situation. They came back very promptly and they said, we can see that these flights were booked through Travel Up. The customer's contract is with Travel Up. Our contract is with Travel Up because Travel Up purchased the flights from us. We are issuing a full refund to Travel Up for the flights. Yeah. If they then decide, in effect, to hang on to some of the money because it's outlined in their terms and conditions at the point of sale as an administrative cost, then that's down to them. There's nothing really we can do about it because the customer hasn't bought the flights direct from us. So I've gone to Travel Up to give them an opportunity to provide a response and to explain why they feel it's acceptable to take a 100% refund from British Airways and to not pass a 100% refund on to you, but to deduct 50 quid. And I'm afraid to say, Max, they have not responded to any of my emails at all.
Okay.
They don't seem to want to communicate at all regarding this. And I've given them the opportunity to have their say. They don't seem to want to take that opportunity, which is very disappointing.
Yeah. No, it's disappointing. I guess it's something I'll bear in mind for the future.
Yes, I mean, the problem that you've got is, so, look, a company can put terms and conditions there on their website. The terms and conditions have to be considered fair. You know, I couldn't suddenly, if I was a company, I can't suddenly come up with my own terms and conditions that stated, for example, when you buy a flight from JVS travel agents, you have to pay for the flight and then we will take the same cost of that flight every month for the next year. You know, I can't put that in my terms and conditions and then when you suddenly notice that all this money's coming out of your account, I turn around and say to you, yes, but it's in the terms and conditions. You can't do that because that would be deemed unfair and unreasonable. Now, of course, Travel Up, had they had the courtesy of responding to my opportunities that I afforded them to respond to this, I'm sure would have come back and said the £50 is an administrative cost for them to deal with British Airways on your behalf in order to obtain the £50, the full refund, and then they keep £50 as their admin fee. That's probably what they would say. Now, whether that would be deemed fair and reasonable in the grand scheme of things would probably need to be decided by the court. The trouble is, for 50 quid, it's probably not worth it. No. So, unfortunately, My advice to you, and I do completely understand your frustration on this, because it does seem, it's a lot of money. Although, having said that, for anyone that's tried to get through to British Airways, trying to organise refunds, will know that very often you spend half of your life hanging on the phone. So if Travel Up have ended up doing that for you, £50 actually may well be a small price to pay.
Yeah.
But my advice to you, unfortunately, is to just get back whatever refund you can from Travel Up. Now, Linda came to me. She was telling me she bought a composite front door in March of 2019. Well, ever since then, she says she's had problems with a draft coming through the door. She said the company have been back loads of times to try and fix it, but she's still not happy.
Now, the company I dealt with have sent an engineer down innumerable times, I must admit, give them their due. They've changed the lock, they've changed the hinges, they've taken the whole surround out and the door and reconfigured it, and I'm still getting a draft. In fact, today I've got sellotape on the inside of the door. Because it's a windy day, the draft is coming through. And I spent all last winter freezing in here, in my bungalow, my pensioner. Something's got to be done about it, but the correspondence I've had with the company, they're now saying they will no longer come out to me because there's nothing wrong with the door. It is my fault because I have arthritis in my hands, and I've got arthritis all over me. I can still look after my grandson, garden, cook, clean, open other people's doors, composite doors as well, but my one, no.
So this is ridiculous that she can't open her own front door properly, and yet when they come and loosen it off, there's then such a draft coming through that what's the point of having the front door in the first place? Well, we went off to have a word with the company. Linda's back on the JVS show. Hello, Linda.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Linda. So I sent Miles off to speak to the company themselves. They did come back with the dreaded A word, arthritis. And you were kicking yourself. Last time you were on the programme, I mean, you said, "Oh, why did I ever mention arthritis?" In the words of Captain Bertorelli from Allo Allo, what a mistake to make her. Because this company have continued to blame your arthritis, have they not?
Yes, they have, unfortunately.
And you said it's nothing to do with your arthritis. The door just doesn't open very well. Well, the company came out, they adjusted it again. They said, OK, well, we've now adjusted it. We don't think there will be any draft at all. And we are confident that the door opens. But you said it was still very stiff. And I spoke to your son last time as well, and he was saying, yeah, it's just not right, Jonathan. It's not right. It's too stiff. So I wanted to really get to the bottom of what's going on here. So yesterday, I sent our Miles up to meet you, Linda. Let's find out how he got on.
So, Linda, you had the composite door installed in March 2019. At first, they put it on loosely for you, is that right, so that you could open it properly?
Yes.
When did the problem start?
It started in the winter, 2019-2020, when I was getting a draft through, and that's when I started making the phone calls to the company if they could send somebody down to have a look.
We're in your living room now, which is very nice, sat on your main sofa so you can watch the television, and I can see the front door. Straight through the doors to the living room, it goes straight out to the front door, so that draft is going to be affecting you just while you're trying to relax in the house.
Absolutely. I mean, I've got a blanket here, and I have a blanket in that ottoman, which I have wrapped round me at night. Fair enough, they've sent lots of engineers down to try and rectify it, but it's continued, and they even came down one day and took the whole door out, plus the frame, and then reinserted it, and hoping that this would, be the answer. But it meant that I couldn't then open the door. So I've been using my back door, but it makes me leave the gate to my back garden unlocked so that I can get in through the back door. Now, that makes me vulnerable because when I lived in another village many years ago, a burglar got in through the back gate, which was inadvertently unlocked, and they jemmied the patio doors and robbed us. I bought the door because the director recommended it to me. He said he had one and you couldn't break into it. And having lost my husband, It was the safety feature as much as anything as to why I bought the door.
Now, you can't get into the front of your house, or you have a draft coming through the house.
That's right. And it's not just myself. I've got 2 neighbours that have tried it for me just this week, because I was thinking, maybe it is me. Maybe I'm too weak. One's a triathlon athlete, and she had her leg braced up against the frame, and she was pulling it with all her might. And she did eventually open it because she wasn't going to let it beat her. I'm 74, I can't do that. And then another time this week, I asked a neighbour who's a gentleman. I know he's in his 60s, but he's a very fit man. And he tried to open the door, and eventually he pulled the door towards him while he asked me to turn the key. We then opened it.
So how has this affected you over the last couple of years?
It's now beginning to make me depressed because it's gone on for so long. It's very frustrating, and I feel I paid a lot of money for the door, and I wanted something secure because I am a woman on my own and my age. I just wanted something that would work, and as much as they have tried to rectify the door, I do not feel that door is fit for purpose. It should never have been sold to me, an elderly person.
Your arthritis has been brought up in the past about this. You say that whilst you do have arthritis, you don't have it in your hands.
No, I've got it in my knees, I've got it in my hips, and it's starting in my shoulder here, my neck. But my hands are not arthritic at all. I open tins, I open bottles, I cook, I clean, I garden all the time and mow, and I look after my 3-year-old son, and I can open everybody else's door.
It's not like you're immobile. You sound like you're very active.
I go to Pilates and I keep fit. I walk a lot, and I want to keep fit because I am getting older and I don't want to be a nuisance to my son any more than necessary.
So I'm now with one of Linda's neighbours, Joe, and Linda's been telling me all about your triathlon achievements. So it's not like you're unfit and not in shape and not very strong. You are. What happened when you tried to open the door?
Well, you couldn't open the door. The key doesn't turn in the lock. Even with all the force that you could pull against it, the key didn't open.
Did you have a foot up on the wall or something? It was really difficult.
Just 2 hands pull in and Linda trying to turn the key, or else on my own, it just doesn't.
Right, so I guess the only thing left to do is have a go and see if we can open this door. Would you like to try the door first?
Yes, absolutely.
You got in.
I got in. I knew it was going to happen.
Just to talk you through the door, it's quite a sturdy looking lock, isn't it? And you've got a metal handle in the middle. Now, it has been mentioned to pull the door towards you. Does it help?
Sometimes it does, but my neighbour, as I say, and 2 neighbours, one of them had to pull it towards him while I turned the key.
Right.
So it's not as easy as that. It's not like a normal door or a normal lock. But as you can see, I'm trying now, and it's stopping.
Stopping.
If you'd like to try.
Yeah, I would love to try. Should we try with the key out first? So I'll try to do the whole thing from the start. Right. Before we start this, would you describe me as just a normal-looking man?
Yes, you are a normal-looking man.
All right. So if I just put the key in, it's in, and straight away, if I'm not pulling on the door, that's stopping. So if I pull the door towards me, oh, it is quite tricky. I'm pulling quite hard on the door and switching hands. There we go. So it does take quite a bit of a pull towards you, doesn't it? And it has clicked into place now. And the door itself is very heavy to get through. So I guess from a security standpoint, it'd be very hard to get through.
Yes, I suppose so. But if it's pouring with rain and you've got all your shopping...
Yeah.
And it doesn't always work.
Well, I will say, I did get through the door. It wasn't without difficulty. Would you say that the more you're using it now, that you're starting to get the hang of it at all, or is it still just as difficult?
It's still just as difficult. And it proves it with 2 neighbours, one in their 60s and one in their 30s, and both had a problem.
All right. Well, that was very useful, Miles. So thank you for going out there yesterday to have a look.
It was my pleasure.
Even though he's a very normal, average-looking man, would you say, Linda?
Oh, absolutely.
Poor Miles. He's distinctly dishy, is Miles. He's not average. Now, look, as far as I'm concerned, they have adjusted the door to a degree that they say means there shouldn't be a draft coming in. But it sounds as if, as a result of that, it is still stiff. And it's unreasonably stiff. And as Miles said, I mean, he himself, I think you were quite shocked, weren't you, at how stiff it was to try and open the door.
Yeah, I thought that I would be able to get through a bit easier. It did take me by surprise that it was... how much effort it did take me to pull the door towards myself to try to get through. And I had to change hands so that I could get through.
A front door should not be an ordeal to unlock for the homeowner. I mean, it just shouldn't. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I know the company have offered to come and have a look at it again. I think what we also need to do on this is to involve the manufacturer of the door. Because I'm fairly confident that the manufacturer will have a number of installers in the UK. And I would like them to arrange for somebody to come and have a look at it and see if they are happy with the way their door has been installed. Because it's terrible. It's a terrible advert for them that one of their doors is so difficult for a 74-year-old to get into that it's causing this amount of stress. It's ridiculous. There must be something going on with the door. It's either not been made correctly or it's not been installed. There must be something more to this, Linda. And, it's clearly not your arthritis that's causing the problem.
No, definitely not.
And that must be reassuring to hear me say that, because the company keep bringing up your arthritis and it's very annoying.
Yes,
okay, well, look, I tell you what we're going to do. Thank you so much for letting Miles come out yesterday. It was really useful for us to see things firsthand.
It was a pleasure.
We will now go and have a word with the company that fitted the door. Let's ask them to now please involve the manufacturer, and let's see if somebody from the manufacturer can come and have a look at the door and see what they make of the way that it is, so stiff to unlock.
Okay, we can get onto that straight away.
Brilliant. Okay, let's leave it there. Linda, more work to do. We will talk to you very soon. Ben's on the line. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. So I went to a car park, went with my family, took the little end to the park, came back to the car and paid for parking. I've been here many times before, so I knew how to pay. It's an ANPR camera, so it takes your registration as you enter in, and then you type it into the machine once you're finished, and it gives you the time that you entered and the time that you're leaving.
Yeah.
So I paid the ticket, and I even questioned it with my partner, saying it must not charge you after a certain time now. So I thought nothing of it.
Hang on. What do you mean by that? They don't charge you after a certain time now?
Because of the time that we were leaving, it was about, after 6 o'clock. Sometimes car parks don't charge you after 6.
Right. So was the amount the machine was telling you needed to pay, was that less than you'd anticipated then?
To be honest, I didn't even think about it until I got back into the car. I just paid the money, went back to the car, and it was my partner who went 50p. That seems a bit less than normal. Right. So I was like, maybe they're not charging after a certain time now. But there was no parking attendants around to ask.
I see.
So I just carried on. I said, it's an ANPR camera. It tells you what to pay.
Yes. And did it give you a receipt?
Yes, it did, yes.
Okay. Have you got the receipt?
I have got the receipt, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So thought nothing of it, carried on, and then I got a letter through the post saying that you owe us money. You haven't paid enough. So I contacted the company, and I said, well, I have paid. I've got the receipt to prove that I've paid. And they said, yeah, we can see you've paid this much. I said, well, the machine asked me to pay that much. They were questioning that I've done it all wrong. So I decided to go back up to the car park and test it out.
Hang on a second. They were accusing you of having done it all wrong. What do you mean by that?
They were saying that you need to put the time in of what you entered into the car park. And I was like, well, it's an ANPR camera. It logs the time of your vehicle entering in.
Right.
So I went up there to test it out because I wanted to know if I was right or in the wrong.
Yeah.
I went and tested it, and I was right. Went to the machine, typed my registration in after the visit to the park again, and it told me the time of entry and the time that I was exiting.
And does it give you any opportunity to change the time of entry?
No, it doesn't.
So the computer already works out what time you drove your car into that car park, and it automatically works out how much you therefore owe the company.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly that. I videoed the whole thing and took loads of photos. I went to exactly the same machine, and I parked. Funnily enough, I parked in exactly the same spot as I parked in the first time.
Okay.
So I've been waiting. I obviously fed this information back to the company and didn't get anywhere. She said I'll pass that information on. And last week I received another letter saying I owe more money than the initial money that they were asking for because it's gone over the allotted time. And I thought, well, hang on a minute, I'm disputing it with you guys, and I'm trying to question why you're charging me in the first place. I've been back since that time as well and tested it out again, and exactly the same scenario. Put my registration in at the end, and it told me what time I entered and what time I'm leaving.
Okay.
So I don't know where they're getting this. I don't know where.
I don't know if Ben, it's a bit windy. I don't know if there's anywhere you can move a bit sheltered, just so I can hear you clearer.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll just get into the van. Hang on. Sorry.
So how much are they asking you to pay now?
At the moment, they're saying I need to pay £100 within 14 days of receipt of the letter from last week, or it's going to go up by another 60.
Okay. And this is a private parking company, yeah?
Yes.
It's not a local authority?
No, it's not a local authority, no.
Okay, well, I mean, on the face of it, from what you're telling me, they haven't got a leg to stand on.
No.
From what you're telling me, now you see, a private parking company does not have the ability or the right to fine anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So really, what they're talking about in terms of this this amount of money that you need to pay them, it's an invoice. Yeah. It's not a fine; it's an invoice.
Yeah.
And they are arguing, I presume, their justification for having presented you with this invoice is that you have in some way broken the terms and conditions that you agreed to by driving your car into their car park. Yep. You haven't paid the sufficient amount of money that was required, and therefore they are within their rights to invoice you for not only the amount of money that they were owed, but also their additional incurred costs to chase you for it.
Yeah.
Now, the only way they would be able to actually take that any further would be to take you to court.
Yeah.
And based on what you've told me, I cannot see how they would win. Because, as you quite rightly point out, the whole point of an ANPR computer-generated parking system is that the camera checks all the number plates going in, and the computer then works out the entry time of that vehicle. And then, as you quite rightly say, when you go to leave the car park, you then have to input your registration number. It calculates how long you've been there. It tells you how much you pay. And then I would imagine you have a period of 10 minutes to leave the car park from the point that you've paid. That's normally the way these things work. Now, the only thing that I can see that could potentially have scuppered that is if you had put in a number plate number or letter that was slightly incorrect, and that there was another car that had the number plate you'd put in, so because of your mistake, you'd ended up paying less than you should have paid. That's the only reason why I could see they could have any justification for asking you to pay more money.
Yeah, which they haven't because it actually says on the receipt my number plate.
And it is the genuine number plate. There's no mistake. There's no O instead of a 0 or anything like that.
No mistakes from what I can see. No.
Right. Well, I think we need to go and have a little word with them and try and talk some sense into them then, because it sounds as if they're clearly in the wrong from what you're saying, and the fact that they are continuing to pursue you is unacceptable. Miles.
Yes.
Can we go and have a little chat with this company?
Yeah.
I think, I don't want to say too much more, but I think we may have had dealings with this company before.
I think so too.
So let's go and see what they have to say about this, and let's just ask them whether they are confident that their system of monitoring and managing this car park is working correctly.
Well, yeah, interesting that Ben went back and found it was working at other times, wasn't it?
Well, absolutely. And it works in the way that he had assumed it was, because at one point the company didn't even seem to understand their own system. They were suggesting to you, Ben, that you should have manually put in the time that you entered the car park.
Yeah, and that's why I went back to test it out. And I found that I was right in what I was saying, because I've been there several times before, and it's never happened, so...
OK. Leave this with us. I'm going to pass you back. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word. OK. James is a leaseholder in a block of flats. In October of 2020, he woke up one night to the sound of dripping and found there was a leak in his storage cupboard, which is inside his flat. The leak seemed to be coming from the roof above it. Well, the council is the freeholder of the block, so he contacted them to explain the roof was leaking. Well, about a month later, he had a note from them to say it's all been fixed. And indeed, he said, the water seemed to have stopped coming in. In March of this year, he then noticed another leak. But this time it was worse. And this time it was coming through the ceiling into his hallway. So James contacted the council and explained the situation. They had suggested at one point that an insurance claim would need to be made, and that they would indeed fix the leak. In June, it was finally fixed, but then at the beginning of September, you guessed it, it started leaking again.
I woke up one morning and there was a massive bubble in my ceiling again, and it was all full of water. This time when I called up, so this was on the 30th of September I called up, I put an official complaint in, and I said, this is the third time. I've got an 18-month-old child who's running around with a bucket of empty, disgusting water. It's slippery. It's just it's in the storage cupboard with all my fuse boxes. I said that's not safe at all. Dealing with the complaint side of it, I heard back last Friday, and that was after 11 working days. And I spoke to someone who said, yeah, I'll investigate it and I'll get back to you on Monday. No one's got back to me. That was this Monday just gone. No one's got back to me.
Well, I mean, it's clearly not acceptable. James was saying, though, that there is some other concerning information regarding this. He's been told by the council that they are now intending to replace the whole roof. But in order to do that, along with some other jobs that they want to do, James is going to have to pay over £20,000 to them. Well, that's pretty outrageous, isn't it? What's the latest on the case? We'll find out. James is back on the JVS show. Hello, James.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, James. Right, first up, have you heard anything since my communication with the council?
Yes, so obviously I spoke to you on the Friday. On Monday, I had a phone call probably about 10 o'clock in the morning. It was someone from the council who said, oh, hello, we're going to send an electrician round to come and check your fuse boxes.
Yeah.
Nothing had been mentioned about this before I'd called you. So I was like, oh, absolutely fine, yeah. So they come round on Monday, checked the fuse box cupboard and said, yeah, no water's hitting it, it's fine, it's safe, basically. So brilliant. I had another phone call on Monday that said, right, tomorrow morning on Tuesday, we're going to send a contractor out first thing and have a look at the ceiling, have a look at the roof and go from there. On Tuesday, they did come out. I wasn't here. My partner was here. This time, someone came into the flat, looked at the ceiling, looked in the storage cupboard. They've actually took photos this time, which they've never done. Again, I wasn't here for the conversation, but what he said to my partner was, oh, I'm not really sure why it's, it's where it's coming from, for example, but, why is it not spreading and that sort of stuff. And this was before he'd gone onto the roof. So my partner said, I'm not too sure. I don't know about this stuff. So he then goes, right, okay, I'm going to go onto the roof, have a look, which he did, and then he went, and I haven't heard anything since, so I don't know what's going on from now.
Right, well, the council concerned have come back with a statement for today's programme, and as you are well aware, this is Stevenage Borough Council, and this response has come from Councillor Jeanette Thomas, Executive Member for Housing, Health and Older People, and from their Housing Operations Manager, Andrew Garside. It says, "We are very sorry that James has had ongoing issues with his roof in one of our properties. We have sent an electrician and our contractor out to make sure it's safe and to complete any immediate fixes. We do have a claims team, which James used back in March of 2021. We did offer to settle his roof leak claim, but the offer wasn't taken up." Does that ring any bells?
It wasn't taken up. They took about 2 months to say, yeah, we accept responsibility. You need to get 2 quotes, and they'll pay that. By the time this had happened, the second leak had come around, so I didn't get back to him. So I thought, well, you can't fix my ceiling until the roof is fixed and the leak stopped. Okay. After that had happened, admittedly, I never got round to it, but I did get a email from the insurance people towards the end of September saying, look, if you don't get back to us within 2 weeks, we'll close the case. Not luckily enough, but luckily enough, the leak happened within that 2-week period. So I emailed them again and said, look, the leak still isn't fixed. I still can't obtain quotes for something that isn't fixed. So I do have them emailed that proves it is within them 2-week timescale of them saying we'll close it if you don't get back to us. And I did get back to them to say.
Okay. Thank you for addressing that point. Let's carry on with their response. They say, "We were in contact with James again in August of 2021 with regards to the proposed major repairs, and then more recently concerning the affordability of the recharges due to him being a leaseholder. As evidenced by the roof leak, the short-term fixes aren't resolving the problem, hence why the block needs a new roof, along with other refurbishment work. We very much appreciate this is a major job. We've provided information that should be helpful to James, and we have presented him with a potential payment option. At this time, the amount quoted is an estimate, and a final bill will be sent after the work has been completed in March of 2022. Does that all ring true, James?
It does, yeah.
Okay, fine. Now, of course, one of my arguments to them was, why haven't they got a sinking fund? Because any well-run block of flats, and as you know, because I banged on about it last time you were on the programme, I used to live in a block of flats, and one of the first things I did when I moved into the flats, there was no sinking fund. And one of the first things I did was to call a meeting with all the other residents and to suggest that we needed to start that up as a matter of urgency, because it seemed to me ridiculous that with a huge building, you could potentially be given a massive bill, as you indeed have been now, James.
Yeah.
And you now know what it's like to receive that kind of bill.
Yes.
If you build up a sinking fund, the point is that everybody pays a bit extra, and it's almost like building up in a savings account a pot of money that you've got there if something unexpected happens. It's saving for a rainy day, which to me seems like a very sensible way of managing a block of flats. Stevenage Borough Council say, whilst sinking funds are more prevalent in the private sector, in the public sector they tend to be the exception rather than the rule. We are aware that the government is looking at how best to recover future costs from leaseholders in public-owned buildings, and note that this may influence how such works are completed and funded in the future. For now, though, we and others are awaiting further government advice. They go on to say independent advice is available concerning leasehold matters, including the consultation process, major work service charge bills and understanding leases. The Leasehold Advisory Service, I think I mentioned to them last time you were on the programme.
You did, yeah.
Provides all of the information free of charge should James wish to seek a second opinion. They then conclude their statement by saying, once again, we are sorry that this issue has been ongoing for some time. The works which are due to be carried out in January 2022 will resolve the roof problem for the long term. Post-completion of the major refurbishment work is envisaged that the property value will increase. So there is their statement. In a nutshell, they're saying the roof needs to be replaced. That's the only thing that's going to fix it properly. And unfortunately, they feel that you are going to have to pay your share of it as a leaseholder.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, when I have spoken, when I got the estimate, I went back to them and said, look, this bill is ridiculous. I can't afford this. There's no way. And they basically said it's an estimate. They did say the actual figure will not be as high as the estimate. It won't be any higher than that. That is the maximum. And they basically can't do anything to support me in terms of letting me know how these payment options work until the invoice has happened, which is fine. The only issue with this is I'm seeing things. I'm part of like a group on social media who also deal with this stuff, and they're saying that they had their works done 2 years ago. They're still waiting for the invoice to come through. So it's like it's just years of worry when you don't even know if you've got to pay this much or how to pay it. And, I mean, my thoughts is 23,000 is a lot. If they ask me for a monthly payment of that, it's going to be, I'm either going to be paying a little amount for the rest of my life and I'm not going to be in the flat for the rest of my life, I presume, or I'm going to have to pay a ridiculous amount a month. It's just very awkward, basically.
Yes, I mean, but part of it is going to be your responsibility because, of course, and I would hope that your conveyancing solicitor, when you purchased the flat, would have explained to you your legal responsibilities as a leaseholder. Did you use a proper solicitor when you purchased the flat?
Yeah, we went for a solicitor, but I must say I've never had someone sit me down and explain it in terms of this is what may happen. There is a Section 20 on the flat. There was no clear sort of...
There wasn't a Section 20 on the flat when you bought it, was there?
Well, again, I'm not sure. I believe so because they're saying this is a 5-year plan.
Well, and your solicitor... Well, hang on a second, because this... I mean, if your solicitor allowed you to purchase a flat with a Section 20 notice on it that said there were works potentially going to cost £23,000, and the solicitor failed to mention that to you, then as far as I'm concerned, that's something you should pursue with the solicitor, because that would be outrageous.
Yeah, and like I say, I mean, if I've always said, if someone said to me when buying something, you may have to pay a big sum, there are works going on, I would have thought, more about it.
Yes, and if the freeholder, in this case Stevenage Borough Council, if they had written to the previous owner of your flat, or if indeed you purchased it from Stevenage Borough Council, did you purchase it as a private purchase or from the council?
Yeah, it was a private purchase.
Okay, so if the previous person, they would have been written to and they would have been legally obliged to make you as the purchaser aware of any forthcoming bills. If they failed to do that, then your solicitor should help you sue the previous owner and get them to pay it. If your solicitor was informed of it, but your solicitor just didn't think to mention it to you, then your solicitor needs to explain why he or she has, as far as many people would be concerned, been negligent in terms of making you, their client, fully aware of what's going on. If, however, at the point of purchase, Stevenage Borough Council had not actually yet decided the roof needed to be replaced, and it's just unfortunate that the timing is such that it was after you'd purchased it this all came to light, then the only thing really your solicitor should have done is just to explain in general terms, when you buy a leasehold property, you need to understand that you will be responsible for your share of the maintenance and of any unexpected bills that may occur.
Yeah, which like me and my partner said, we can't remember anyone in simple terms saying, because like I said, we were going through the process of selling this flat, and it's been very clear from the outset, we will let the buyers know there is a Section 20. When they come around to value the flat, they said, is there a Section 20? They knew all about it, and it was not a big deal, but it was a big point in the sale that there is a Section 20 going on in this flat, and we said we don't remember any of that being said to us.
When did you buy the flat?
It'll be 3 years in November. 2018, I believe.
Okay. Well, I would suggest that there's probably a good chance that 3 years ago the Section 20 notice hadn't been served. Because it would be very unusual that a Section 20 notice had been served 3 years ago and nothing had been done about it. I mean, I know we've had a pandemic in the meantime, But even so, I think it'd be rather unusual that nothing had been done.
Yeah.
So I think it may well just be very bad timing. But in terms of how you're going to resolve this, you obviously want to sell the flat. I don't see that you're going to be able to sell that flat, certainly not without you giving a written assurance that if push comes to shove, you will cover the full cost of that bill.
Yeah.
Because, if the boot were on the other foot, who in their right mind would buy a flat? Let's say your flat is on the market for 200 grand. Who would stretch themselves to buy a 200 grand flat, knowing that there was a very good chance within the next year you were suddenly going to be presented with a bill for £23,000 on top of it?
Of course, yeah, no, that's exactly what we said. But from what we understand, the sale is still going ahead. Obviously, it's still taking a while, but yeah, that's obviously a different story.
And what has the buyer said to you in terms of what have they asked you to do? Have they asked you to give an assurance that you will cover that bill?
No, so when we first sold it, at that time we didn't know. We knew there was work, but we didn't know how much there would be. So once we agreed a price, we spoke about it a bit more. The buyer said, "Look, there are works coming up. Can we drop the price?" And we said, "That's fine. We will drop it for to accustom for the bill you will have to pay, but we don't know how much." Mm-hmm. And then we got the letter of the estimate. We then obviously we done the right thing. We let them know, right, this is what we've been told. I let them know I have been speaking to the leasehold team just in case you don't get ahead with it. I've still got to deal with it. I've sent them all the information they said to us, where this is the maximum price. There are payment plans and options and that sort of stuff. They said, right, we want to take a couple of weeks. Can you send over the plans of what they want to do and how much it would improve the property? Yeah. I did that, and then the last I heard from my estate agent was, okay, yeah, the buyer said still, that they're asked for a sales update, and they said, yeah, we should get a few things in place as if it's fine. Okay. And this was about 3 weeks after they knew about the estimate. So
right. Okay. Well, good luck selling the flat with a Section 20 notice over it. If they want to buy the flat, then that's great. Yeah. And I'm sure you will come to a reasonable and sensible business-like solution with them in order to make sure that they're not lumbered with this massive bill as well. But someone who is the leaseholder of your flat is going to have to contribute towards the cost of this roof, unfortunately. In terms of the immediate leak, has that now been fixed?
No.
So that's still leaking?
Well, yeah, like I said, we haven't had any rain for the past few days, which I'm quite glad about, but I know the next week forecast isn't looking great. Right. Like I said, the last I know is the contractor come in, checked the inside of the flat, said, okay, I'm going to go up into the roof, and then my partner said she didn't see him again. He just went.
Right.
So I don't know.
Okay, well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Let me just go back to Stevenage Borough Council again. Let me just explain that you and I have had the conversation, and you are now in the process of selling the flat, and you will be negotiating with the buyers of the flat in terms of taking over responsibility for that bill. However, in the meantime, obviously, can they do anything to fix the roof leak, even if it's on a temporary basis? Or are they now of the opinion that there is literally nothing more they can do without taking the whole roof off and replacing it?
Yeah, I mean, because obviously I've got to go a whole winter. If they said the work's going to start in January, that means I'm going to have to go the whole pretty much winter with a leak.
Which could do untold damage to the inside of the building.
Exactly. I mean, like I say, it's bad enough as it is at the moment with the ceiling. It's not horrendous, but it's definitely, you can see it.
Well, there must be something they can do on a temporary basis to stop the water coming in. Even if it's literally attaching some kind of tarpaulin to the outside of the roof, there must be something they can do. Let me go back to them, put that to them. James, let's leave it there. We'll talk very soon. Angela decided to replace her computer as it was going far too slow. Well, she decided to treat herself to a new one with a lovely big screen. Cost about £900, and she purchased it in January of 2019. In August, the screen became covered in black lines and she just couldn't use it. She contacted the retailer, and they did fix the problem and sent it back to her. Well, everything was fine up until recently, when exactly the same thing happened again.
2.5 months ago, 2 permanent vertical lines appeared again on my screen. And actually, since then, another 2 more have come. Now, I phoned up the retailer, and their first reaction was, 2 years out of is the warranty. It's over 2 years.
Oh.
Yep. So I mean, I just couldn't believe it because, I mean, it's an expensive machine.
Well, and you heard my exasperation. I'm so sick and tired of hearing this from retailers. Unfortunately, it happens all the time. You know, if you are a regular listener to my programme, that when you purchase a product, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. The product must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. Any warranty that comes with a product is over and above your statutory rights. It is separate to your statutory rights. It doesn't affect your statutory rights. And the simple fact is, whether a warranty is run out or not, it does not give the retailer the opportunity to turn around to you and say, we don't have to do anything anymore because the warranty's run out. It's not acceptable. And that's exactly what we've been off to explain to this retailer. Let's find out what they've had to say in response. Angela's back on the JVS show. Hello, Angela.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Right, Miles has been off to have a word with this retailer. I gather they've provided a response.
They have. So it's John Lewis, and they have provided us with the following statement. We're really sorry to hear of the issues Angela has had with her laptop. When Angela initially contacted us about the laptop in 2019, we organised for it to be repaired by the manufacturer. When Angela emailed us to advise of the second issue in August, the laptop was no longer in warranty. We therefore asked Angela to provide an inspection report from the manufacturer identifying the fault and its cause so we could understand more about the issue, which we haven't yet received. We're in the process of contacting Angela to see how we can help her.
Right, okay. Well, some of the things that they're saying in their response I find acceptable. Other things maybe less so. But let's find out first of all, before we go any further, what have they said to you, Angela?
They sent me an email which I received yesterday, and basically confirming what your manager said, that they wanted this report. However, what it meant, as far as I was concerned, was that I would have to pay postage and everything else. There was no question that they were going to do it free of charge, and also it meant a trip back to the store, which again was inconvenient, and frankly...
So, sorry, you're losing me a little bit. What do you mean about postage and a trip back to the store to do what?
They were not going to do this report free of charge. That there was no question about doing that. Mm-hmm. You know, they just said, arrange it with the company, the manufacturer concerned. But there are two issues. Firstly, in my opinion, they didn't resolve the problem initially, and I have no confidence that they will be able to resolve the situation again, because I feel there is an inherent fault in this machine, and okay. I've got the inconvenience of having lost the machine, the use of it twice.
Mm-hmm. Right, now let me just explain. Whilst you're, of course, within your rights to complain to John Lewis, because they have sold you a computer that you feel has an inherent problem problem that has now manifested itself on 2 occasions and makes the product unusable. Whether the warranty is run out or not, and that was my issue with the response from John Lewis. You know, I don't like the fact that they bring the warranty into it, because the warranty really has nothing to do with this. Yeah. The simple fact is your contract is with John Lewis. It is not with whoever made that computer. John Lewis's contract is with whoever made that computer. Yours isn't, or whoever has supplied them that computer. But your contract is with John Lewis. Now, where they are within their rights is where they suggest that you would need to have an independent report carried out. After 6 months from the date of purchase, the legal responsibility for proving a product has a manufacturing defect rather than, for example, a customer-generated defect. So, for example, if the customer's broken the computer, after 6 months, the legal onus does fall to you, the customer. However, firstly, that does not, you obtaining a report does not have to be carried out by the manufacturer. It just has to be carried out by someone who is deemed to be suitably qualified and a suitable expert. So it doesn't need to be the manufacturer. I mean, obviously, if the manufacturer is prepared to get involved and prepared to write that kind of report, lovely. But it doesn't need to. And certainly a court would not insist that it had to have been the manufacturer. It just needs to be someone who knows about computers. Secondly, the chances are that is going to cost you money to have a report carried out. Again, if you were to take John Lewis to court, the court would allow you to make a claim for any additional costs that you have incurred in proving that they have sold you a product that has a manufacturing defect. So what that means is that by John Lewis putting the ball in your court and giving you the responsibility now of having a report carried out, it's a risky strategy for them. Because if you do indeed have a report that states that this computer has a manufacturing defect and that's why the lines are appearing, you would be within your rights to expect John Lewis to not only either repair or replace that computer, but you would also be within your rights to expect John Lewis to reimburse you in full for the cost of the report. So it could end up costing them more than it would do if they just had it fixed for you now.
Right.
But they are within their rights. If for whatever reason they want you to jump through these hoops, or if they disbelieve you, they are within their rights to put that ball in your court and say you now need to prove that this computer has a manufacturing defect. Okay?
Yes.
I mean, I can see that's gone down like a bag of you-know-what, Angela. And I'm not surprised, because it now means you've got to do racing around.
Yes. I mean, are you, for example, it's suggesting that I go to the local repair shop down the corner and say, please, can you just give me a report, rather than sending it off?
Well, hang on a second. What you need to make sure you do is to speak to someone that a court would consider to be a suitably qualified person. So therefore, you have to be a little bit careful. You know, do you want to go and use some shop that's just popped up 6 months ago in the shopping centre that says they repair computers that have no kind of history, there's no reputation?
No, there's a local man who's been around for a long time.
That's fine, but do you know what I mean? You don't want someone who the retailer could rip to pieces in terms of their credentials for having carried out the report. You need someone who you can go to John Lewis and say, I have had a report carried out by Mr. So-and-so, who has run his computer repair shop, specialising in the repair of laptops, PCs and MacBooks or whatever it may be for the last 10 years. He has extensive knowledge of this particular computer. Please find enclosed his report. And that report would need to be on proper headed note paper. He would need to be a proper registered company at that address, and it would need to conclusively state that the computer has a manufacturing defect in his or her professional opinion.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
But certainly John Lewis are not entitled to tell you that that has to be the manufacturer. It just has to be a suitably qualified person.
Right.
So shall we tell them that that's now what you're going to do? If that's how they want this to kind of play out, that's how you're now going to proceed. You are going to have a report carried out from a suitably qualified computer repairer.
Yes.
They will be writing a report. And you will, of course, if the report sides with you and confirms your fears that this computer has a manufacturing defect, you will expect John Lewis to refund you in full for the cost of the report, as well as arrange to have your computer repaired or replaced.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that's how we need to proceed then. I know it's annoying to have to jump through these hoops, but there we go. I mean, that's the law gives customers lots of rights, but it does give retailers rights as well, and this is one of their rights, okay?
Yes, no, I understand. Thank you for explaining it.
Okay, Angela, please keep us posted. Let us know when you've had that report carried out. And Miles, can we just let John Lewis know that's now what's going to happen?
Of course we can.
Lovely. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Cheers. Andy has recently got himself, or has certainly ordered himself, a new electric vehicle. So he needed to have a charging point fitted to his property. But things haven't gone very well.
He was unable to install the charger because there were some groundworks that needed doing, because my garage and my driveway is at the rear of my garden and not at the side of the house. That was fine. And then I needed another visit from an engineer to thread the cable from my fuse box through the ducting that the ground workers had done. When they came to do that, the engineer struggled to get the cable through the ducting because it was sunk so far in the concrete. He had to rip up part of the concrete to put the cable through the ducting. But he said to me, look, Andy, it's not a problem. He said, I've just been on the phone to my boss because of the way the ground workers had laid the ducting, that a further revisit from the ground workers to replace the damage that the engineer had done to complete the job.
Well, the company did come back to Andy and said, yeah, that's fine. We can arrange for the contractors to come back and to sort it all out, finish off the job. But there will be an extra fee of £75 for them to come back. Well, at this point, Andy said, what? Come on. It's not my fault they need to come back again. Why on earth should I have to pay the extra £75? But he said his protest to this company didn't seem to be making much difference. It seemed to be falling on deaf ears. So I've been off to have a word with them on Andy's behalf. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Andy.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. So the company concerned is Podpoint. And Podpoint have come back with this response. They have said, we would like to apologise to Andy. Due to a miscommunication, the additional cost of £75 for the groundworks was incorrectly passed on to the customer. We've since been in touch with Andy to waive the fee, and we've arranged to visit his property on Wednesday the 27th of October, yesterday morning, to make good the path. As a gesture of goodwill, we will also be offering to extend the warranty period for his charger. We are committed to providing excellent customer service, and we acknowledge that on this occasion we fell short of the standards we usually meet. We're always looking for ways to improve our customer offering and are conducting a review of our internal processes to make sure our customers always receive the best service possible in this type of situation. So that sounds good. Is that what they've done, Andy?
Yeah, precisely that, Jonathan. I got a call on Tuesday from the customer experience manager and confirmed that they will be coming out on the Wednesday. That was then followed up on Tuesday afternoon with an email confirming the time. And then literally, Wednesday morning, it was like the A-team. They were here at 8:15 and, completed the works. And then that was followed up by another call from the company to say that was I satisfied? And it was the response was amazing. And with extending a 2-year warranty, I'll probably need that because I might not have my car by then. But that's another one. But
That's true. That's true. I gather there are so many people now buying electric cars that the lead time on them is it's been kicked further and further into the future. So I'm sure it'll be worth it when you get it. Are you happy, Bunny? Shall I thank Podpoint and give them my horn?
Yeah, absolutely, Jonathan. And thank you for your support and your team as well.
Michael, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, hello, JVS. Okay, I took my wife's boots to get them healed at a local establishment. They done the job fine. I gave them the carrier bag they was in. He said, that's everything's fine. We've got to go and do a bit of shopping because there's a supermarket near this where we got them healed. So I come back, I paid the money, and he said, that's fine. I paid £10.50 on my card, and I come away. Then we got home, put all our shopping away, and my wife said, let me check my boots while I'm there. And she checked the boots. All the heels were done lovely, but the back of the leather boots were all frayed, and they weren't like that at all when we gave them in. And my wife's autistic, so she started getting really upset and crying, saying, look what he'd done to my boots. So, as usual, I had to go on the internet and order a new pair of boots.
Right. Now, can I just... So, the guy had redone the heels on the boots while you were waiting or while you were doing some shopping?
No. We left them there,
Yeah.
And we went in the supermarket. Come out about an hour later. And I
Right.
collected them. They was in a bag. I should have
Oh.
checked them now in hindsight, but I didn't. They
Well,
was
you
in
should
the
have
bag.
done. Yeah. I mean, that's. I think that may potentially be the problem. But they did it that quickly, because that's interesting. Because whenever I've had shoes redone, resoled, rehealed, that kind of stuff, normally you have to leave it for a couple of days. But this guy was.
We were about hour and a half in the supermarket. Then I put my wife in the car because she's autistic, and I went back to the shop, and I just got the bag, paid the gentleman, come home, said thank you, and didn't realise until we got home. She checked them. She said, "Look at the state of my boots," and she was really broke down, got really upset.
Right. So have you contacted the shop again to say, look, we've got home, we've checked the... Hang on a second, Michael. Have you said that I've got home, I've checked the boots, and they're all frayed at the back?
I went back to the shop the next day.
Right.
And the bloke behind the counter said, no, they were like that when they come in. I said, no, they wasn't, because you didn't mention any of that. So that was fine. He said he's not doing nothing about it because it's nothing to do with him. He told me his name and all that. But I said to me, if it's not your problem, he asked me how much the boots was. Why would he do that?
Well, I don't know. How much were the boots?
About £70.
Right.
So, as I say, so he said, no, nothing to do with me. So I said, that's fine. I'm going to get onto your head office. I got onto his head office. Head office contacted me a couple of days ago, and they said, as far as they're concerned, it's wear and tear, and they're not going to do nothing. Wear and tear on the boots, and they're not going to do nothing about it. I said, well, I'm not very happy with that, but that's where I stand at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, and I can see, I mean, this is a difficult one. There's several things that are a bit unusual about all of this. I mean, whenever I have had shoes rehealed or resoled, the shop normally, as part of the process of handing you the shoes, they normally will show you what they've done so that you can inspect it. Yeah. They don't just hand them to you already in a bag.
Well, they did do, and it's not a big one. It's like it's next to the soup.
No. I don't need any detail. But the simple fact is, it's a bit unusual that they didn't show you what they'd done. But it's also a bit unusual you didn't ask to see it.
Yes, I understand that.
Because I think the problem that we have with this is it's literally your word against the guy in the shop's word.
That's correct.
You're saying, well, those boots were not frayed at the back when we brought them in. He's saying, well, they were.
Yeah.
How bad is the damage?
Oh, you can't wear them. You have to throw them away. You can't wear them.
Right. Okay. Well, that's quite crucial. So the damage is so bad that you can't wear the boots.
You can't. No, you can't wear them.
What? Why is that?
Because it's a long boot, and at the back it's all frayed. All the leather's come away, and it smelt horrible. So it smells like some varnish has been on them, or polish on them, or something. I don't know. And I said to him about that, but he said he didn't do nothing. I said, well, they didn't smell like that when they left my house this morning.
No, but I mean, the thing is that you would expect there to be a smell after they've rehealed or resoled shoes, because they obviously use kind of glues and that kind of stuff on the shoe.
Okay, I understand that, but no, I've got the boots at home at the moment, and took a picture of the boots, but as far as I'm concerned, I've ordered my wife some new boots, and if you can't help me, I get no joy. I have to just throw them away.
No. Hang on a second. Let's not rush to any judgments, because I want to go and have a word with the company concerned. If what you're telling me, and I haven't got the photos, so I'd like to see the photos. Yeah. If what you're telling me is that the damage to the boots is so significant that you cannot wear them now.
Yes.
Then my argument to this shop would be, why would they ever have resold those? If what they're saying is that they were like that when you brought them in,
why would they resole them?
Why would they go through the process of putting new heels on them?
Yeah.
Because surely they would look at them and say, nah, to be honest, we can't do this because you can't wear the boots. They're all broken at the back.
Yeah, that's fine.
But what would happen then if you put the boot on? What would happen? Would your foot fall out of it or what?
No, the boot can go on, but it's all frayed. Like all the leather's frayed, come away. You need to see a picture, really. It's hard to describe unless you see it.
But could you still wear them?
You can wear the boot, but it just looks awful because all the fraying at the back of the boots.
Right, but I mean, that can be a bit subjective, can't it? Because some people aren't too worried about whether their shoes are nice and, nicely maintained.
My wife surely is, believe me.
Oh, no, I'm not saying... I'm just trying to think in terms of how we're going to prove what you are saying.
I know it's hard. I know.
Did he offer to give you the money back for the healing?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
I just said I'm going to go to his head office. Said you do what you want.
Right. Okay. Well, we need to go and have a little word.
Can
Miles,
I give you the date? Can I give you the date?
What, the date that you went in?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what we'll do is, I was going to say, I'm going to pass you back to Miles.
Yeah.
We'll get all the detail and we'll go and have a word with this company and just find out, what they have to say about it.
Lovely.
And I just wonder whether... I presume they have CCTV in this shop?
I don't know.
Well, I presume they will do. Most shops
like
do.
A little porter cabin more than the shop. If you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder whether they will have some CCTV that will back up their version of events. Because
I'll be happy with that. If they showed me that, I would have been happy.
Okay. If that CCTV clearly shows that the boots are all broken at the back when you took them in,
I'll be happy. I'll be happy
end of
with
story.
that. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, fine. Well, this is an intriguing one. How is your wife now? Is she okay with it now?
Yeah, I bought the boots and they've been delivered, so she's got a pair of boots now, so she's happy.
Right, okay, good. Okay, well, let's...
Keep her happy is the main thing.
Right. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail, okay?
Thank you, Jonathan. Have a nice day.
And you too, Michael. You hang on there, please. Another Michael came to me. He was telling me that his housing association has told him that he's way behind on his rent by over 6 weeks. Well, he said that he can't understand it because the council pays his rent. So he called them up to find out what was going on.
And the first letter just said, we're warning you that your benefits have been stopped. So I phoned again, and the council said, no, they've been paid. And then the next letter was about 4 or 5 days later. We're going to make immediate action seeking repossession, and this is the first stage of an order being obtained to county court. I'm not a well person. I've got emphysema, a dicky ticker, and I was in hospital when she got the letter about the actual amount. And when I came out of hospital, she was in a right state, and she said to me, look at this, look at this.
Well, Michael really is worried as to what's going on here. And I said to him when he was on the programme, because I could hear from the tone in his voice how worried he was, I said, I want you to stop worrying now. Leave it to me. Let me get it sorted for you. Have I had any success, though? Let's find out, because Michael's back on the JVS show. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Jonathan.
Right. Oh, I'm just sensing to see if your voice sounds less worried than you were last time.
I've got faith in you, that's what it is.
Right, okay, all right. I've been off to have a word with the council, which is Buckinghamshire Council.
Uh-huh.
And I've also spoken to the Housing Association, London and Quadrant Housing Association, L&Q.
That's correct, yeah.
They've both come back with a response. Let's start off with the council. Now, the council is the one that's supposed to be paying your rent.
Yes.
A Buckinghamshire Council spokesperson has said, the claim was suspended on the 1st of the 9th, 2021, following data sent from the Department of Work and Pensions of a change of address. This was checked with Michael, who confirmed that he had not moved address. The claim was then placed back into payment on the 29th of the 9th, 2021. The claim being suspended obviously stopped any payments to the landlord, L&Q, who issued the letters requesting payment to Michael. All payments are now up to date, and we apologise for any distress this may have caused. So that's from the council's perspective, and that gives us an indication as to how this all had gone wrong. Had they ever mentioned this business of the Department for Work and Pensions thinking you'd moved house?
No, I never got nothing about moving house. They said that it was because my wife was at pension age.
Right.
And if she got an old age pension, then they would stop the pension credit, for which they pay the housing benefit.
Which I haven't got.
But she hasn't. She's been informed that she's not going to get any pension. She doesn't qualify for an old age pension.
Right.
So I think that was where the problem might have been.
That's interesting, because Buckinghamshire Council seem to think it's something to do with the address. But anyway, I mean, they say that it's all sorted. and the payments are now up and running. Let's find out what L&Q, the Housing Association, have had to say. They say, we would like to apologise to Michael and his wife. We take the welfare of our residents very seriously, and we understand why recent communication from us may have caused distress. There was a delay in us receiving Michael and his wife's housing benefit payment schedule, which meant we were unable to credit a monthly payment to their account. As standard practice, we wrote to Michael and his wife on October the 14th and again on October the 19th to let them know their housing benefit had stopped, but also to offer support and advice. After looking into the issue, it has now been fully resolved, and we would like to reassure Michael and his wife that this will not happen again.
Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful.
Okay?
Yep, that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much.
Well, it's a pleasure. It sounds to me as if it was obviously some kind of, I don't know whether it was a computer glitch or something that's been triggered by the Department for Work and Pensions that then meant the system from the council's perspective meant they stopped paying. And then, of course, once the rent stopped being paid, that's why you then had the letters from the Housing Association. I think the technical expression, Michael, and you'll forgive me saying this, I think it's a cock-up.
Yes, precisely, yeah. I'm an ex-army man, so I agree.
It's a cock-up. But however, listen, cock-ups can occur all the time. The real issue is how you then resolve them. And it sounds to me as if Buckinghamshire Council and indeed L&Q, your housing association, have now resolved the matter and you don't have anything else to worry about, OK?
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
OK, has that taken a weight off your mind?
It certainly has. It certainly has. And my wife looks a lot pleased.
Good. The colour's come back into her face, is it now? That's good.
It has, yeah.
Right, OK. Well, listen, I'm very pleased that it's all sorted out. I will thank the council and the Housing Association very much indeed for resolving that. I will give them my horn. If you have any other problems, you know where we are. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, Jonathan. We moved in recently and we noticed the front door was in terrible shape, so we decided to replace it. And we have placed an order on May 27th of this year. Next day, someone from the shop called and say that they have contacted the manufacturer, and the door was only coming at the end of August, which was the 23rd. A week before, we called up because they say we had to be here to receive it, and they say, oh, it's definitely down to the 23rd. I'm going to contact them and get back to you, and they never did. But on the delivery day, the door didn't turn up. And then we contact the shop. They postpone us again for the 6th of September. Same thing happened. Then they postpone us to the 27th of September. Another situation. They never got back to us, even though we called them a few days before. And then we were again postponed for 11th of October. And now we are down. The last time was supposed to be a delivery. Was on the 25th of October. All these times, we had to sit at home and wait, and no one turned up and don't say anything. I started to guess that this door will never come at all, and winter is here.
Very, very frustrating. How much have you paid towards the door at the moment? I hope not the full cost.
Unfortunately, yes, I have paid the full balance.
Really?
They have a website where we design the door ourselves and place the order. But yeah, I paid the full amount and never saw, good service on it, because they could contact us and say, look, this and that is happening. On a few emails, they mentioned they're having problems with shipping, but, if they could have, in 5 months, if they didn't find anyone to deliver down the door from, I guess it's within the country, I guess they never will.
Well, I know that there have been some issues with doors because we've dealt with other situations on this programme where doors have taken much longer, or the slab, they call it the slab, which is the kind of the basic part of the door that they then attach all the bits and bobs to in order to turn it from a slab into a door. And these slabs kind of arrive, very often they arrive on huge container ships, and there has been a delay in some of them arriving. However, I mean, the company really does need to give you a steer on what's going on. What's the last that they said to you in terms of where is your door and when is it going to arrive?
Well, they always say that the manufacturer is having problem with shipping. They don't mention if it's shipping to the manufacturer of the slides, as you mentioned, or if it's shipping from the manufacturer to us. The fact is that, in the first run, they did have very good few months to manufacture and deliver. And now we are in over 5 months in this saga, and we never see the end of it.
Right. Well, it's very frustrating. Can I just ask you a couple of questions about the door itself? Is this a composite door?
It is a composite door.
Okay. And what is
the slab issues, as you mentioned?
What is the interior of the composite door?
It is white.
No. What's inside the door?
I don't get the question there.
What is the door filled with?
Well, there is 2 glass panels on the door, on the sides, and there is a few on the door itself. But it's supposed to be solid composite material.
Yes, but what is solid composite material?
I don't know generally what it's made of, Jonathan.
Okay.
I know
the reason I'm asking this question, I want everyone listening to the programme to ask that question before they start buying these composite doors. There are all kinds of composite doors on the market, and some of them are just filled with foam. So you have a layer of plastic, you have a wooden frame all the way around the outside, and then you have a foam in the middle, and then a plastic coating on the outside and a plastic coating on the inside. Those doors are very easy to break into because you can literally kick your way through the plastic. Your foot goes through the foam and you kick a hole in the door. Put your hand in, you undo it from inside, you're inside the property. So just be aware, the question you need to be asking whenever you're looking at composite doors, ladies and gentlemen, is what is the door? What is actually inside the door? What's the structure of the internal part of this door? If they start talking about, it's thermal insulating foam and all this kind of stuff, that means it's filled with foam. You can kick your way through foam. There are other kinds of doors that either have a solid core of timber, which of course you can't kick your way through. There are some other doors that have a kind of metal cage on the inside that, again, you can't kick your way through. But it's a really important question to ask because I see a lot of these composite doors on the market that people are spending a lot of money for, and ultimately they are just plastic doors filled with foam on the inside. And people need to realise what they're buying. So you don't actually know whether this door has a proper solid core to it or whether it's just foam.
I remember when I placed the order, it says it was a high security door. So
they all say that. They all say that. What they mean by that is that they've got a high security locking system. But a high security locking system is absolutely there's no purpose to it whatsoever if somebody can just kick their way through the door and unlock it from the inside. Definitely. So that's why I'm asking the question because I want everyone listening to the programme, when they think of replacing their door with a composite door, to investigate what is actually inside the door. You know, there really are so many doors on the market, and you need to make sure that you're buying a door that is going to keep burglars out. That is all a bit of an aside, really, for you, because you just want your door to arrive and you want them to install it. Shall we go and have a little word with them? Let's find out where it is.
The installation, Jonathan, is not included on the price. I did order the door only, no installation.
Well, who's going to install it then?
Delivery.
Who's going to install it?
Well, I know of tradesmen that can install the doors. And
okay. So this was literally just to supply it?
Just to supply.
How much?
This was 1,290 and 17 pence.
17. Okay, fine. Okay, leave it with us. What I would like to do, I will pass you back to Miles.
Hello.
Who have you after my lecture on composite front doors?
Yeah.
I mean, you were giving me some slightly inquisitive looks at the beginning.
I rent, so I don't know what my front door is made of, but I don't think I'm going to go home and start kicking it to see if I can get through it.
No. I certainly wouldn't suggest kicking it. But all I'm saying is, You know, there are lots of composite doors now that people are buying, and they can be spending thousands of pounds on doors that ultimately, you know, wouldn't keep a 5-year-old out, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't know doors were filled with foam sometimes, so
Well,
I've been looking at some photos and I'm shocked.
A lot of the cheaper ones are. Yeah, and, you know, couple of hefty kicks, got a dirty great hole in your door.
Oh, you don't want that.
You don't want that. No, not if you're spending thousands of pounds on a lovely new front door that you want to not only keep your property nice and warm, but you also want to keep it safe. You know, it's really important. Anderson, let's see what we can find out. We'll go and have a word with that company. And I think, Anderson, if it's all right with you, I think that we put it to them that you've been mucked around quite enough, and they've either got to hurry up and provide you with the door, or frankly, give you your money back and you'll get one from somewhere else.
Well, the money back won't help because I'm going to have to wait another 4 months or so in the next provider. The thing is, they did have time to manufacture it. I just need to know exactly they're delivering. I mean, if there was a problem with manufacturing or a mistake in the ordering system, they should tell me really. And now they had the time to correct any issue that could have happened in the beginning because many months has passed.
But why do you say it would take 4 months for another company to provide a door? I mean, I didn't have to wait 4 months for my front door.
Well, at the moment, as you say, there is a lack of materials, and I have already inquired, and the earliest I could get a door with an next supplier would be 8 weeks.
And is that affecting doors?
Is
that affecting doors that are manufactured in the UK?
I didn't ask if they are manufactured in the UK, but they are well-known suppliers.
Okay. Fine. Listen, let's do a bit of digging around for you. We'll see what we can find out and we'll take it from there, okay?
All right, thank you.
Now, James is a leaseholder in a flat. In October of 2020, he woke up one night to the sound of dripping and thought, oh no, what's that? Well, he went out and investigated and he found there was a leak from the ceiling in the storage cupboard inside his flat. Well, the council is the freeholder, the owner of the building, so he contacted them to explain the roof was leaking. About a month later, he had a note from them to say that they'd fixed the roof and indeed everything seemed okay. In March of this year, the leak came back, but this time it was worse, and this time it was coming through the ceiling into his hallway. So again, he contacted the council. He explained that this was going to have to involve an insurance claim as well for the damage to the inside of his flat. And of course he said, look, you need to fix the leak. In June the leak was fixed, but then at the end of September, well, you guessed it, all started again.
I woke up one morning and there was a massive bubble in my ceiling again, and it was all full of water. This time when I called up, so this was on the 30th of September I called up, I put an official complaint in and I said, you know, this is the third time. I've got an 18-month-old child who's running around with a bucket of empty, disgusting water. It's slippery. It's just it's in the storage cupboard with all my fuse boxes. You know, I said that's not safe at all. Dealing with the complaint side of it, I heard back last Friday, and that was after 11 working days. And I spoke to someone who said, yeah, I'll investigate it and I'll get back to you on Monday. No one's got back to me. That was this Monday just gone. No one's got back to me.
Well, James says the council has said to him that they are intending to replace the whole roof at a huge cost to leaseholders like James. But it would appear they're not planning to replace the roof until next year. So what is James supposed to do about the leak in the meantime? Well, I've been communicating with the council on James's behalf, and he's back on the JVS now. Hello, James.
Morning, JVS.
Good morning to you. So, as you know from our conversation yesterday, I approached Stevenage Borough Council. Let me just quickly whiz through their response again, just for anyone that wasn't listening yesterday. They said, we're very sorry that James has had this ongoing issue with his roof in one of our properties. We have sent an electrician and our contractor to make sure it's safe and to complete any immediate fixes. We do have a claims team, which James used back in March of 2021. We did offer to settle his roof leak claim, but that offer wasn't taken up. We were in contact with James again in August of this year with regards to the proposed major repairs, and then more recently concerning the affordability of the recharges due to him being a leaseholder. As evidenced by the roof leak, the short-term fixes aren't resolving the problems, hence why the block needs a new roof. along with other refurbishment works. We very much appreciate this is a major job. We've provided information that should be helpful to James, and we've presented him with a potential payment option. At this time, the amount quoted is an estimate, and a final bill will be sent after the work has been completed in March of 2022. Whilst sinking funds are more prevalent in the private sector, in the public sector, they tend to be the exception rather than the rule. We are aware that the government is looking at how best to recover future costs from leaseholders in publicly owned buildings, and we note this may influence how such works are completed and funded in the future. For now, though, we and others are awaiting further government advice. Independent advice is available concerning leasehold matters, including the consultation process, major work service charge bills, and understanding leases. The Leasehold Advisory Service provides all of this information free of charge should James wish to seek a second opinion. Once again, we're sorry, this issue has been ongoing for some time. The works, which are due to be carried out in January 2022, will resolve the roof problem for the long term. Post-completion of the major refurbishment works, it is envisaged that after this the property values will increase. So, in effect, what they were saying was, look, we're really sorry, this is going to be expensive, but the roof does need to be replaced, and we're happy to accommodate James in terms of staggering the payments that he's making towards that bill, but ultimately that is what needs to happen. You and I went through all of that yesterday, so we don't need to do that again today. But what you did say to me yesterday was, the roof still has not received what they describe in their response as an immediate fix. Nobody has immediately fixed the roof, as far as you're aware. You said that an electrician did indeed come out to check the fuse box just to make sure that water wasn't kind of flooding into your electrics and wasn't going to electrocute you all. But as far as you were aware, nobody'd actually done anything to the roof to try and stop the water coming in. I went back to Stevenage Borough Council yesterday, and they did suggest that they were going to be getting somebody out ASAP to try and sort this. They said the contractor is taking a roofer back to James's property tomorrow, so i.e. today. We're sorry this has been an ongoing issue and it should be corrected long term in January. Do you know if anyone's been out today, James?
Yeah, well, no one's knocked on my flat or anything like that, but I have heard people on the roof.
Right.
I don't know any more than that. I don't know what they've done, if they've done anything or what. I just heard the footsteps on the roof.
Okay. What's it like in your neck of the woods? Because Dunstable is most peculiar. It did look about half an hour ago as if the world was about to end with rain coming down.
Well,
now I'm looking out at a beautiful blue sky and sunshine. So I would hope those poor roofers are not having to work in the rainy weather.
It's literally, as I got on the phone to you, just started raining and coming over very, very grey. But it was all right earlier, but now it's really just started raining.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, maybe that terrible rain is heading in your direction. It will pass quickly. I hope so. And are they still on the roof?
No, they're not on the roof. Like I say, I've been on a night shift, so I was sleeping for most of the morning, and it woke me up, the noise of the footsteps. I don't even know how long they were there for or anything like that. Right. I haven't heard the door go or anything like that, and I normally do wake up to that. But yeah, I couldn't tell you what they've done, how long they were there for, or how many people were there. I couldn't tell you.
Are you in your flat at the moment?
I am, yes, yeah.
Is it possible for you to just go and check and see if there's any evidence of water coming in?
I can have a look at the moment. Like I say, it's literally just started raining here. So at the moment, nothing's coming through at the moment, but I don't know if it needs a little build-up of the rain to start coming through.
Maybe.
But at the moment, like I say, it's just started raining and it seems okay at the moment.
Okay. Fine. Well, look, I tell you what, let's hope that whatever they've done this morning is going to sort things for the next couple of months until they can do the roof properly. Can you please keep me posted and let me know on Monday whether it solved the problem? Because I think we're due to have rain all weekend. So it's a very good opportunity to check and just to see if, if the roof is holding tight or not.
I'll see you over the weekend and go from there.
Okay, super. Well, look, I'll let you get back to bed now. Thank you for waking up to talk to me today on the programme. I said when I spoke to you yesterday to arrange for you to come back on the programme, and I asked what you did, and you told me you're a baker. So
That's correct.
thank you for baking the nation's bread, and thank you very much indeed for getting up to talk to me today. We'll talk again on Monday, and fingers crossed it's all nice and dry in your flat.
Yes, thank you very much for your help. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jonathan.
It's a pleasure, James. Thanks very much. And thank you to Stevenage Borough Council for getting somebody out there today. Let's hope it's done the trick. Now, Patricia purchased a recliner sofa that was delivered in August, but just 26 days later, she came to me.
On the 14th of August, I found that the mechanism for the recliner isn't operating smoothly, and one of the seats, my preferred seat, was actually dipping in one corner. Like it was squidged down quite badly. I messaged them through their website. I've had no response from that. They've also failed to deliver the connecting bars that connect the three pieces of the sofa. I've emailed them twice. I've called them, but I'm just not getting anywhere with them.
Well, Patricia said that she wanted to reject the goods because she wasn't happy at all. I contacted the company for her. Let's find out what the latest is, because Patricia's back on the JVS show. Hello, Patricia.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So, as you know, the company that you had decided to purchase this furniture from was none other than Furniture Village.
Yes.
I went off to speak to them, and their initial response was that their customer care team were currently in contact with you and had ordered the parts, apparently, in order to rectify the issue. They said it appears that the attachment arms were missing when the chair was delivered, which has caused it to malfunction. We can only apologise, and we're trying to ensure that the new parts reach the customer as soon as possible. They went on in their response, because I had mentioned to them right from the outset that you really wanted to reject the goods. They said if Patricia is not happy to wait for the bars to be delivered and the chair to be repaired, we will, of course, arrange a collection and a full refund. Well, that's what you wanted. You said, no, I don't want it repaired. I'm not going to hang around for this. It should have been right in the first place. I want my money back, please. So I went back to Furniture Village. I said, yep, that's exactly what Patricia wants. However, there was a bit of a favour that you wanted from them. And I don't think, to be honest, I don't think it was cheeky to ask for a favour, considering the fact that they'd provided you with furniture that was not acceptable right from the outset. So it's worth a try. The favour you were asking for was that could they please leave you with the furniture until you'd arranged new furniture? Because what you didn't want was to end up with nothing to sit on at all. Better to end up with a broken, malfunctioning recliner sofa than to have nothing at all to sit on. So they came back, they said, we are quite happy for Patricia to keep the furniture until she has been able to organise some replacement furniture, although we would not be able to process any refund of monies until the goods had been collected. We would also ask that Patricia keeps us updated with regards to the lead time for her replacement furniture. So last time you and I spoke, you were going furniture shopping, you were going out and having a look at some other places. Of course, it was always going to be a bit of a problem that whatever you ordered now, you were going to have to wait for. What's the latest? I gather there have been some developments, Patricia.
Oh, there has. I have actually acquired a wing-backed armchair, which I can use now. And they are more than welcome to come and collect this sofa whenever they want. However, they're still not communicating with me.
Right. So you've got something to sit on.
Yes.
And you'd now like your money back.
I'd now like them to collect and refund, but they're not giving me any information whatsoever. They're not communicating at all.
So have you contacted them to say, I've got my new furniture now, come and take it away and give me my money back?
Yes, I emailed them on Tuesday this week, and I've still not heard anything from them this morning.
OK, fine. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will drop them a line as soon as I come off air today, and I will explain the situation, and I will ask when they can please organise to come and collect it and give you the refund, OK?
Yes, please. That would be lovely.
Well, but Les, I mean, I'm going to withhold all of my horn, I think, until that's been done.
Yes.
But let's hope that it is done very soon. And what did you say you'd replace the sofa with? A wing-back chair?
Yes, I've decided that my original plan prior to my purchasing the sofa was I was going to buy 2 armchairs, but somebody persuaded me to buy a sofa instead.
Right.
So I've decided to go back to my plan A and go back to 2 armchairs.
2 wing-backed armchairs?
Yeah.
Well, look at you. Gosh, well, you're going to be sitting there, aren't you, on your throne in the living room with one other winged armchair for someone to come and sit in and be interviewed by you.
Exactly.
Right, OK, well, look, you need your money back. How much is it you're expecting?
It was £1,520.
£1,520, fine. Leave it to me. I will go and speak to Furniture Village this afternoon for you.
Right, lovely. Thank you very much indeed for your help.
Remember Laura? Laura came to me. She was telling me that her bin was absolutely overflowing. She just got too much rubbish for the bins that she had. So she wanted a larger rubbish bin, but was told she wasn't eligible for that. Apparently you need to have a certain number of people living in your property. But what she was eligible for was a bigger recycling bin. So she ordered one. But things haven't gone at all according to plan.
We were having to go down to the recycling centre. We currently have a 240 litre. And we then was told we could purchase a 360-litre bin. So I did that on the 3rd of August and paid for that. I was told to leave my old one outside the front of my house, and when the new one was going to arrive, they would exchange it and take the old one away. It got to towards the end of August, and I hadn't heard anything, so I thought I'd give the council a call. And they chased it up, and they just said there was a bit of a backlog. They didn't have enough in stock as well. But the bin finally arrived on the 7th of September. They took the old one away, but they exchanged it with the same size bin.
Well, that wasn't much good, was it, really? Because Laura wants a bigger one. She doesn't want the same one. What was the point of all that? We've been off to speak to the council on Laura's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, I sent Miles off with a mission. Can you make Laura's bin grow? What has the council had to say for themselves?
So we contacted the council. It's Bedford Borough Council, and a council spokesperson has said the wrong size recycling bin had been delivered, but we've spoken to the resident, apologised for the mix-up, and replaced it with the correct larger bin. So I think I might have made a bin grow.
Right, well, let's find out. Laura, how big's your bin?
Yes, I've got the bigger size bin now.
Oh, good. When did it turn up?
It came Tuesday afternoon.
Lovely. And is it much bigger?
It is a lot bigger.
Is it? Right.
Yes.
Well, you're gonna have to be out there recycling like a thing possessed, aren't you?
I am now.
Okay, so you happy?
I am very happy. It's just a bit annoying that I had to come to yourself.
Yeah, but hang on a second, Laura. Look, Laura, I've got a big mortgage to pay. Miles has got a lot of rent to pay. If it wasn't for these problems, we wouldn't have a job.
I know.
And, of course, we got to speak to you as well.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
We will thank Bedford Borough Council for getting it sorted out and for making your bin grow. If you have any other problems, you know where we are.
Thanks very much.
Now, Lou purchased a shiplap shed. Almost 3 years ago, she used a team to install it that was provided by the retailer. This was a 12-foot by 8-foot shed. Cost her over £1,000, and she was certainly expecting it to last.
I hadn't used the shed over the winter, and when I opened it up in spring, everything was just covered in mildew and damp, and it just smelled awful, that awful smell. And I also noticed that 2 of the shed boards had just broken, had just snapped. So I emailed the retailer. That was actually in April 2021, so that the shed wasn't actually 3 years old yet. I felt it wasn't fit for purpose because it hadn't kept the items in there dry, hadn't lasted a reasonable time, and therefore wasn't of reasonable quality because it was all coming in, damp was coming in through the windows and the floorboards had all broken. And they came back and they said, no one else has had this issue with their shed. They then came back and said, but their policy is 6 months that I have to complain.
Well, I mean, they can have whatever policy they want, but their policy cannot override consumer law. And as all of you will know that follow my programme with great interest, and I'm very grateful to you for doing so, when you purchase any product from a retailer, you are entitled to expect that it will be fit for purpose, be of reasonable quality, and you are entitled to expect it to last for a reasonable amount of time. Who in their right mind would go buying a shed and having it installed by a company where within a few years it's all letting water in and ruining your possessions? Not me, that's for sure, and that's exactly the point I went to put to this retailer. Now, they had offered Lou £75 for her to get a tradesperson in to come and repair the problems in the shed. But Lou said, look, there's no way, that's not even going to touch the sides, that's not going to sort the problem out. So what's the latest on the case? Lou is back on the JVS show. Hello, Lou.
Hello, Jonathan. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Now, as you know, I went off to have a word with the retailer. It's B&Q.
Yeah.
And just for any new listeners, I did have a bit of beef with B&Q at the very beginning of this. The reason being, I've always had a good relationship with B&Q, and whenever we've had complaints, they've always been very prompt at sorting them out. But their response initially, where your complaint was concerned, it was poor, to be honest. It was literally two sentences to be precise. It said, a B&Q spokesperson said, we regret Lou has experienced a problem with one of our products. We offered £70 as a gesture of goodwill for the repair of the windows.
Yes, indeed.
Well, that was like red rag to a bull, to be honest. I was pretty furious. And I made it very clear to B&Q that I was pretty furious with that response. It's not acceptable at all. And to be fair to them, ever since that point in time, they really have pulled out all the stops to try and get this sorted.
Absolutely.
They then came back. They said, we remain sorry to hear about Lou's experience, and we would like to resolve the issue with her as a priority. We have now been in further contact with Lou. We've organised for the lead fitter of our vendor to inspect the shed at her home at the earliest opportunity to assess whether the damage is deemed to be caused by the manufacturer or the installation of the shed. Once the installation has been completed and we've received the findings, we will contact Lou with the aim of finding an amicable resolution to the situation. They did indeed come out. They looked. They said, yep, OK, we're sorry about that. We're going to get the whole shed taken away. We're going to rebuild you a brand new shed, and we're going to do it all free of charge.
Yeah.
Now, there was one slight caveat. What they did say was that they really felt you needed a concrete base for the shed. And they said you needed to have that installed at your own cost before they would come and install the shed. But you were a bit grumpy about that because you said, well, look, hang on a minute. The cost of concrete has now gone up enormously in the last few years. So what would have cost me about £300 is now going to cost me about £1,000 because of the increased cost in materials. And at no point 3 years ago, when the shed was first installed, did you ever tell me I needed a concrete base? If you'd told me that, I would have had a concrete base put down.
That's right.
Well, to be fair to B&Q, they then suggested that they were going to provide some assistance with the materials. They have also provided you with storage for your possessions while they've taken down your old shed so that you've got somewhere to keep everything and keep it safe and keep it dry. What's happened since we last spoke, Lou? I gather there have been some developments.
There have, and I think just to acknowledge, Jonathan, it is not just the replacing the shed, but what B&Q have done is they've acknowledged all the inconvenience that's caused, such as the storage, and so they've responded to it as a whole picture rather than just the shed itself, which has been useful. So last Friday, the old shed was dismantled, thank God, and taken away. I was quite happy to see that go. The builder was booked to come over the weekend on Saturday to put the new base down. And he didn't turn up.
Oh, now, is this your builder or is this...
our builder. Well,
right.
It was a builder that we got to do it. However, to cut a long story short,
But very important, just to make clear, that's nothing to do with B&Q.
No. That's we'd sourced the builder. I think I'd said you would have terrible trouble trying to get someone. Everyone's just so busy at the moment. So that was absolutely on our terms and our situation. But thankfully, someone was looking after us. We managed to get someone else to come and do it on Monday because we needed time for the concrete to set because the new shed's due to be delivered today. So we were working to a tight timescale because the storage ends on Tuesday. So the concrete base was put down at the beginning of the week. And now the only thing now is that the new shed was due to be delivered today between 7 and 10 this morning. So I'm just hoping they're running late.
Oh.
I haven't phoned them. I wanted to keep the phone line free to talk to you, but I will chase it. I'm sure but I think they have to come quite a distance.
Right.
So I'm hoping they're just caught in traffic. It would be useful to be updated, but I'm hoping that's the situation.
Right. Well, if the chaps from the B&Q are listening in the truck, and if you are running late, could you just let Lou know, please, because she's waiting in.
Nervous.
And I'd hoped that you were going to say to me, yes, I'm looking out the window. Although,
I know.
This weather today, imagine trying to build a shed in this. Look at it. It's absolutely...
sunny in Hertford.
Oh, is it? Well, but don't get complacent because
No.
it keeps literally it's changing by the minute out there. But we're back to end of the world rain again now.
Yes.
It's horrible. So, well, you see, if the chaps turned up now, they'd be building it in the nice sunshine, wouldn't they, in Hertford?
They would. So it'd be in their favour too. I'm sure it's just a hiccup, just slight anxiety because it hasn't all gone according to plan. But we will get there, and we've still got Monday if it doesn't arrive today before everything comes back on Tuesday. So fingers crossed. Shall I keep you updated? Is that
Yeah,
the best?
what I'd like. Well, are you around on Monday for us to update what's happened? I think it's important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I will ask the team to pop you in for Monday's programme. We'll talk on Monday, and fingers crossed you will say, yeah, they did turn up on Friday. They got it all done. I'm now looking at a beautiful new shed, and I'm ready for my stuff to come back.
Brilliant. And thank you for staying across it with us as well. You've kept with us every step. It has been quite tricky, so thank you.
Charlotte's on the line. Hello, Charlotte.
Hiya, how are you?
Yes, I'm well, thank you, Charlotte. Right, you have a problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names. Let's see what we can do for you.
Okay, yeah, great, thank you. So basically, I've had my washing machine for a little while, but I have a separate appliance insurance. So if anything sort of like breaks down, then, they'll come out, see if they can fix it. If not, then I'll get sort of, like a replacement old for new. So anyway, so I've been using my washing machine fine, no problems. I go out to do some shopping. My daughter was asleep upstairs. She came downstairs for whatever reason, I don't know. And then the washing machine had completely flooded my entire kitchen, so much so that my daughter called me. I just had to abandon my shopping, rush home. And oh my God, when I walked in the door, it was horrific. The literally from where the washing machine was right to the back wall was literally a swimming pool. I had to pull out all of my other appliances, and we tried to sort of mop up the water as best as possible. But where it had flooded so much, obviously like the underlay underneath was acting like a sponge. So all the surface water that we were mopping up and everything, it wasn't really doing much because then it was just kept coming through. So anyway, and then it sort of like seeped into the hallway and then down the hallway, and then it eventually got to the front room. So I called out the insurance and explained the situation. They came out a week later, and the engineer told me that basically my machine was actually on a product recall list, which was over a year ago. And I said, oh, hold on a minute. I said, no, I don't think that's right. I said, because I had that email and I replied with all my serial numbers and everything, and I had the reply back saying that actually, no, my machine was fine and it wasn't on the list. I'm like, okay, great. So I carried on, using my machine. And then the engineer went, no, I can clearly see here that your machine is on the recall list and that it's dangerous and you shouldn't be using it. And he slapped stickers all over it saying, danger, do not use. I was like, oh my God. So anyway, so I spoke with the insurance again, but this time they told me it would only take 48 hours to get like a replacement machine. You get an email and you click on it and then you get a replacement machine and everything.
How old? Sorry. How long ago was it that you purchased the washing machine?
It's probably about 5 years ago.
Okay, and it was all working fine until this point.
Yeah, totally fine. Yeah, I've had no problems with it. Yeah, it's a great little thing. Yeah, I love it.
Well, and until it turned your kitchen into a swimming pool, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, honestly, I hate mess. I really do.
Well, and water is just absolutely awful. I've had floods before, and there's just nothing like water getting into everything, and you can just see it damaging everything in front of your very eyes. It's awful.
Yeah. And I just couldn't believe how much it had spread. And we, I had to call my husband home, and we had to literally rip up our kitchen flooring to obviously get underneath to try and dry everything underneath because it was just going everywhere.
And was the water? Where was the water coming out from?
I couldn't really tell. It definitely wasn't from the seal. From when my daughter, because by the time I got home, my daughter had obviously switched off everything. Yeah. But she seemed to think it was coming from underneath.
Right. So not coming from the hose at the back, not coming from the door, coming from the actual machine itself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, sort of backwards and forwards with sort of like phone calls and everything. And in the end, I had to sort of like email like a CEO of the company to complain, to say, look, I've been a month now without a washing machine or anything, and you guys haven't got back to me. So eventually they got back to me, and I am going to get a replacement machine through the insurance, but nobody is claiming liability for my floor. Now, obviously, my argument is, because you told me that my machine wasn't on the recall list, but it clearly is, I've been using a faulty machine all this time. So obviously, I'm saying that the company needs to be liable for my, my replacement floor.
Now, have you got evidence to back that up?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have.
Right.
Yes.
So you've got an email from them stating that your machine is not one of those that's affected?
Yep, I do, yeah.
Great.
And then I also then have the email stating that actually, yes, it is, and that, full responsibility.
Right, but the important bit is that when you'd received the original letter and you were advised to enter your serial number and you did that, you at that point got a confirmation back from them to say your machine is not one that's affected, you're fine to use it.
Yes.
Okay, good. Because that's the crucial bit of evidence in all of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so the manufacturer... Oh, sorry, microphone. So the manufacturer has said they're not prepared to take responsibility, even though they gave you bad advice?
Yeah, because my machine is over 1 year old.
Okay. What's the retailer had to say?
Pretty much the same thing, to be honest.
So you've gone back to the shop that you bought the washing machine from 5 years ago to complain to them?
Well, in a way, I called them, but obviously because they said that it's been so long that I have to still, go directly to the manufacturer.
Yeah, but if it's 5 years, you're still within the statutory period to be able to go back to the retailer. Because if you just try and take a step back from this and unpick where you're at with it, the simple fact is your contract is with the retailer. It's not with the manufacturer. Now, it sounds like the manufacturer gave bad advice, and they certainly need to be held accountable for that. However, you don't actually have a contract with the manufacturer. Your contract is with whoever you paid the money to for the washing machine.
Okay.
So the retailer needs to take responsibility for the fact that they have sold you a product that has a manufacturing defect. The manufacturer has now confirmed that to you.
Okay.
So the way that it works, and as long as you're within, you said it's 5 years, as long as it's been less than 6 years, then the way that it would work, if push came to shove, is that you would sue the retailer for all of the damage to your kitchen, and the retailer would then counter-sue the manufacturer.
Oh, okay. All right, I didn't realise that.
So have you been picking a fight with the wrong person?
Maybe then, yeah.
Well, no, listen, that quite often happens. And I totally grant you, ultimately, it's very frustrating because the manufacturer is the one that's given you bad advice.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And obviously it's their machine who made that machine and made it faulty, so I just assumed it was theirs.
Absolutely. The trouble is, they don't have a contract with you. So they don't have to actually deal with you at all. Now that said, what I think I would like us to do, because I also feel sorry for the retailer in this situation, because from what you're saying, it's not actually the retailer's fault, really. It's the manufacturer for giving you the bad advice. So I think what we need to do, and this is an unusual one, Miles, we need to contact the retailer and the manufacturer together.
Okay.
And to make it clear that the reason we're involving the retailer is, of course, because Charlotte's contract is with them.
Right.
However, we are very intrigued to know why how on earth the manufacturer can try and hold their head up when it would appear they have given bad advice, and as a result of their bad advice, Charlotte's kitchen is now flooded.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Absolutely.
Okay, Charlotte, leave it with us. We will go and have a word, and one way or the other, we will get somebody to take responsibility for this, because it's unacceptable that you've been left with it. Okay?
Yeah, it's just frustrating as well, I mean, I can mop up the water all day long, but now I've had to literally rip up flooring, and I'm like, it's such a mess. I hate it.
It's unacceptable. Leave it with us. I'll pass you back to Miles.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on there, please. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio for Beds, Herts, Bucks. Now, David came to me. He was telling me that he'd purchased a diamond and tanzanite ring for his wife's birthday. This was back in June of 2020. 11 months later, something went horribly wrong with it.
The stone had come out of the ring, the tanzanite stone, and contacted the company, emailed them, and they said they'd be happy to look at it. I just had to pay to have it posted back to them, which I did. They looked at it for about a week or so. Then I got an email back from them saying that their jeweller had a look at it, and he believed that the ring had been knocked or scraped, resulting in a claw breaking and the stone coming out. And they've also noted that my wife has obviously been using soaps and creams on her hand, causing to tarnish the metal. Yeah, I did query a bit about the soap and the gels, because obviously I said, well, my wife worked in a school at the time, so obviously they were hand sanitising all through school term quite a lot, but none of our other rings have been tarnished.
Well, the company were blaming David's wife for the damage, so I went and had a word with them, and they came back with a response. David's back on the JVS show now. Hello, David.
Afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. As you know, they came back and said that they pride themselves in excellent customer service, both pre- and post-sales. We asked to assess the ring, whereby it appeared to have been knocked or scraped, resulting in one of the clasps coming off and the tanzanite stone being missing. The ring had also not been looked after and was filled with residue under the stones, they said. We emailed the customer back after the assessment to say that we could make it like new and give it a clean for £75, but the customer didn't come back to us. We're always happy to resolve an issue, so we were surprised that the customer had gone straight to the BBC before liaising further with our team. We ask that the customer respond to our correspondence so we can resolve this. Our aim is for every customer to be delighted with their purchase, which is evident by our Trustpilot reviews, they said. Well, when I put you back in touch with them, they then said they were going to sort this out for you at no cost. So the ring went back to them. What's the latest, David? What's happened?
Yeah, we received my wife's ring back about a week or so ago, and we were on holiday, and we've come back off holiday, and it's all back new, shiny, with a new stone in it.
Yes, all lovely.
Yep. Yes, very nice indeed.
And no charge?
No charge at all, but it has cost me another new ring, because my wife wanted a new one, so she could have that while she was waiting for that one to come back. So
Oh dear. Well, you've got a very expensive wife, clearly. You've got a very luxury wife, David. Now,
unfortunately, yeah.
Yes, well, you see, now the only thing I will say is that it's very clear that this ring is not necessarily geared up for everyday use, because it's obviously a little bit delicate. So is your wife going to kind of wear it a bit more sparingly in future?
That's why I got her a new one. So that one will go away and come out for special occasions, and you can have another one for every day.
Yeah, I think that's probably advisable, because, we don't want the same thing to happen all over again, do we? And it obviously is a little bit more delicate than maybe you were hoping for in the first place. But look, if you've now got it back, it's all cleaned, it's all beautiful, it's all replaced, your wife's happy, then I think I'll give them the horn, shall I?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you very much, you and your team. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Any other problems, you know where we are.